everyone, and a happy Valentine's to you all. Welcome to the 12th night of racing at Meydan this season. It is a card called the Lincoln Race Meeting, sponsored by Altair Motors, and we have 8 thrilling races for you. The big race of the night is race 6, the Lincoln Presidential Race, and 2 runners representing Charlie Appleby, a Native Approach and Creative Story. Now, William Buick has chosen to ride Creative Story in that race, but I believe that Native Approach might be the most talented horse on show this evening. We'll know who's right come race 6 tonight. Of course, it is Valentine's Day, and the most interesting runner, or the most interesting named run of the night, is Cupid's Dream, who runs in race 5 tonight. And Cupid's Dream's mum was called Valentine's. He would be the most appropriate winner on the card tonight. Let's head over and join Pat Comerford to have a look at some of the stars on show.
Well, he was narrowly defeated on the dirt last time at Meydan. A small trip to Jebel Ali in between, but returning here tonight, Mount Kosciuszko looks to make tonight's race a winning one. It could be a big weekend for Godolphin, with plenty of runners tomorrow in Qatar as well. William Buick only throwing on the silks one time tonight, and that's to ride Creative Story in race 6. Well, it's probably Syed bin Sarour's closest result here at Dubai for quite some time. 3/4 of a length, the margin here, and Warsong will look to go one the better after being narrowly defeated by Harsim last start. Here's the race card for tonight's program. We have an even card of racing, 4 on the dirt, 4 on the turf, all brought to you by Lincoln and Altair Motors. We start off with the purebred Arabian race over 2,000 metres on the dirt. We stay at that distance for the Lincoln Corsair Handicap over 10, the second event. Over to 1,400 metres on the dirt for the third. 1,000 metre sprint, the Lincoln Aviator Handicap. Down the straight here at Meydan, the mile dirt event is the 5th. Followed by the 1,400 metre turf, the Lincoln Aviator Presidential Handicap, out to the 2,200 metres once again for this very rare distance, the penultimate event on dirt, and the Lincoln Navigator Handicap to finish over 1,400 on turf. Here's who won't be joining us tonight. 17 Hammam is out. Race 3, number 6, Dubai. Race 4, we lose the 14 Ars Lebnan, the 18 Julgini Lamp, 19 Addicted to Chaos, 20 Batran. Race 5, the 9 Mag Sood comes out. Also joining him is the 13 In Perfect Balance. Race 7, 17 Chief Scribe and 18 Al Faris is out. And then to race 8, number 11 Sunny Street, along with the 12 Global Asset and the 18-10 Portrait, and 20 in Invincibly also do not take their part. Take note, the jockey changes. Hamid Al Basaidi will get the ride here on Ironside for Kesavud. Sikorsky will now be partnered by Tiago O'Shea with the lightweight. Bernardo Pinheiro rides Silent Speech for Salam bin Gadaya. And Vaslav Janashek will ride Mustajab in race number 8, the 19, gaining a start.
Well, there is no one that I'd rather spend Valentine's Day with than the man sitting to my left, Pat Comerford. Pat, how are you?
Well, that's the most endearing thing I've ever heard on Valentine's Day. I think my missus needs to pick up her game, to be fair.
You have a missus?
I do.
Oh, no. That's
unfortunately for the viewers. No.
Around the world, hearts are breaking now. You're ruining everyone's Valentine's.
Very good to be joining you, Rishi. It's we're getting to the business end here. We're 1 week closer now to Super Saturday. It's getting very exciting, and obviously Saudi Cup around the corner as well next week. So racing very much heating up in the Middle East.
Like some of the greatest relationships we had when we're teenagers, let's just dive straight into today's card with scant regard for the consequences. And we'll start off with the purebred Arabians in action in our opening race, the Altair Motors race. And there are a number of horses here that we've seen in action just recently. In fact, it was just a week ago that we saw the likes of Sandstorm and Casu Hippolyte filling out a couple of the first 3 places. But there are a few new players on the scene as well. One in particular I'll be interested in, of course, that Richie Mullen has won on before, that's Alwari. But we can actually pick up with that race from last week, Pat. And Sandstorm got the better of Casu Hippolyte that day, but the third, Casu Hippolyte, finished well.
Yeah, it was a long way off. I mean, first time around the course here as well. So, that was obviously going to be a big question mark. It's a big course, and as you can see here, was a long last at that point. So to make up the ground was quite impressive. You'd say will come on from a fitness perspective, and at the same time as well will obviously improve with the experience as well now here at the track. So has to be given respect, but I think this race certainly sets up for other runners in the event now that we get out to 10 furlongs. I mean, you've got to give Sandstorm AA credit. Was a brave performance, but backing up after a week and a horse that was found wanting over a mile at that back end of the race was very much indicating that this mare was basically at the end of her tether. That was about as far as she'll go. So I don't think she's going to get the race tempo to suit this time around here, Sandstorm AA, and as a result I've looked for those horses with more form towards those back end horses, and there's two horses that stand out, one being Namir, who was a very impressive last start winner over 1800 metres at a lane, and the other one is Alwari, who was beaten a distance last time out, but in saying that, first run back, and should be taking plenty of improvement off that, and betting back to Meydan, where he's been a winner in the past. So I think those two stand out. Outside of those, I really couldn't make a case for any of them.
Tiger O'Shea not riding Sandstorm this week.
I think that's an indication in itself, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, he's taken a ride on a farm who comes in off the rating of 85. I mean, ratings say that a farm is outclassed, but again, I think that's an indication that Sandstorm's probably just at the, off that 1 week backup. She had a really gutsy performance last time out, and this is probably not going to see her, conditions-wise suitable for this event. So, look, I tossed up between Namir and Alwari. I know you've gone with Alwari. I've gone in this corner of Namir, but I think, take your pick. It's a flip of the coin between the two.
Yeah, I've gone for Alwari, who's only had 4 runs in his career so far, and as Pat mentioned, one of those was a win here on debut at Meydan over the distance that Alwari races over tonight. And Richie Mullen, who was in the saddle on that occasion, is back in the saddle for the first time since then. So it was a simple calculation in my mind for our opening race. Let's move on and talk about race number 2, the first of the evening on the turf. It is the Lincoln Corsair race. It's worth 175,000 dirhams, and the distance is 10 furlongs, or 2,000 metres, depending on what metric you wish to use. But again, some very familiar names, and there'll be a few horses I think that people have supported already this season that they're prepared to go in with again, the likes of Sense of Wisdom and Poster Paint, who we've seen a few times. There's one horse that I've been very keen on for some time, and that's Deciduous. Probably best form over a mile and a half, but we'll talk about that a little bit later on. Let's have a look at a race that featured a few of these. Berkshire Nugget, Sense of Wisdom, Kathab, Shamran. That was from back in January here. Berkshire Nugget running really well for the Lucia Botti team on this occasion.
Yeah, it was. I mean, drew wide and draws wide again tonight. Set up a decent enough tempo. It looked to be quite frank with how the sectionals went in the race. Did get a slight breather through the middle part, so with that lightweight was expecting the horse to find something late, and did so. I'm more interested in the horse in behind in the suited and booted racing colours, Sense of Wisdom, 4 back the fence, peeled out for the run, and the runs didn't appear at the right time there in the final stages of the race. Draws a good gate to potentially box seat or find the 3 back the fence position. A little bit extra ground this time around. And hopefully if the runs appear, Sense of Wisdom should be running a good race. That's where I lined up, and I thought that race there taken out that Berkshire Nugget and all of them come through, the one that was eventually taken out by DeLorean, was the superior form line here and the race to follow. A lot of them coming through it as well.
Well, I used the race from Fashion Friday, where Kathaf won. Deciduous was in behind on that occasion. Deciduous hasn't run too badly on his 3 runs this season. And I know his best wins or his best performances have come over a mile and a half, but there appears to be enough pace in this race. He's got a good draw in stall 2. He will need some luck in running, but Bernardo Pinheiro's had a very good season. He's impressed me. His improvement, I think, as a rider this season has been pretty clear for all to see, but it'll be a test today for him.
Yeah, it will. Look, I mean, as you said, I think the pace is going to be there. It's going to be a genuine enough event. I lent against Berkshire Nugget for that reason. I think there's going to be a little more pace on here. Berkshire Nugget's going to have to work a little harder through the middle stages. I lent with Sense of Wisdom because I think Poster Paint actually helps Sense of Wisdom's chances here rolling forward and potentially setting up a decent clip up in front for Chantal Sutherland. So I'm with Sense of Wisdom in the event, but again, I totally understand you coming from a horse that is better over a mile and a half because, a mile and a half, mile and a quarter. More so for the fact that it's going to be a genuine enough race where if they do burn each other out in front, maybe a horse with a bit more, with the ability to go a little bit more of a distance will be staying on and passing a fair few tiring horses.
That's exactly my thing. It's like we're bonding.
Well, I didn't go that way. I've gone with a genuine 2,000 metre horse. I've gone the different mentality, but I can also resonate and see where you are coming from here.
Such an understanding man.
Exactly right, exactly.
Let's move on and talk about race 3, which is the Lincoln Nautilus race. And 2,000 guineas form on show here, courtesy of the top horse, Awab, for Danny Tudhope and Musaba Al-Mahiri. Ran really well in the UAE 2,000 guineas. But there are one or two interesting horses. Golden Redemption on his first run, I thought he was going to be okay, but the last couple of runs have been really disappointing. But when he got collared by Nagul first time out, I thought that he was on the road to something useful. He's got such a lovely pedigree by Medaglia d'Oro out of a quality road mare. And the field completed by Nadawi and Political Truth, who only made his debut last week, the latter. Let's have a look at Diamond Dealer, who ran, what was it, a week ago, behind Moonblade in that race where I mentioned Political Truth was also involved. Also in this race, Casino Bay. I thought Diamond Dealer, with obviously the Bupat Simar Tygo Shea combination, was a player, but has a fair bit to find, I think, with Awab.
Yeah, look, I think so. I mean, look, you can put a run through a line through this run for the sole fact that he just got no favours from that wide draw. He was no better than 3 deep. But there's also the fact that you've got to consider as a result of that wide draw, he's had a pretty gut-busting run in that event under Richie Mullen only a week ago. So, how much is he going to have in the tank, and is he going to be able to sort of bounce through that run where, like you said, I feel Awab has probably had a bit more time off the scene. Now, that isn't by design. I mean, he was off the scene for a little bit between the first and second start just because he missed a couple of runs, and as a result, he probably came back for that second start a little bit later than they hoped. Look, I saw his work before Fashion Friday running into that Group 3, and he was incredibly keen. I mean, probably went a little fast in his work in preparation, and as a result, I think we saw that in that start on Fashion Friday. His work this week's been superb. He looks in magnificent order, and coming into a never won 2 over 1,400 metres. I mean, he's got a little bit of a penalty like Sir Harmony for that victory to his name, but he looks the class act in this, and they're going to have to be very good to beat him. I think it's a serious class drop from what he's been facing, and conditions suit him greatly. Yeah,
I think even though he's drawn in stall 9, it looks a great opportunity for Awab to get back to winning ways. Of course, when he won first time up here at Meydan back in November, he did beat Diamond Dealer, and beat Diamond Dealer very comfortably. So he is the standout in our third race. Let's move on. We can move on and talk about race 4, which is the Lincoln Aviator. And this race is back on the turf. And it's over a distance of 1,000 metres or 5 furlongs. Now, this is a very difficult race to solve. I mean, if anyone's got a very strong view in this race, it'll be slightly surprising. But there are a whole host of horses that you can make a case for. I quite liked Ocean Runner, but I use things in this race, like I know Danny Tudhope on a straight track is brilliant. And I just love the way he rides here. Obviously, Harsim, he's ridden to victory here over the 6 furlongs.
All the same connections.
Yeah, exactly. But when you're sort of putting factors like this into a race, how the jockey rides the course, etc., you realise it's because you're struggling to make a cogent case for the actual horses themselves here.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the strongest race, that's for sure. I mean, a few of these are dropping down this event. I mean, at the end of the day, when you go through these races, I mean, Al Muzin's had a run in between, but if you go back 2 starts ago to this 1,000-metre event, Tawala absolutely destroyed at least half the field here, maybe even 2/3 of the field that we face here tonight in that race. And I mean, just put them away with ease and I mean, they were just completely and utterly outclassed. So, I mean, is there a horse that we don't know about that's going to step up and do the same here? Because, I mean, there's that vulnerability. But, I mean, I think as a result, you know, you've got to go two ways with this race. You either say that Ocean Runner coming to a race like this that's got the suitable sort of scope to be that horse attacking the Meydan straight for the first time with the right rider engaged and probably off that right mark, is that horse that could threaten and probably be the new element of form in this race? Or do you go with one that's proven before? And I, as a result, had a very tough time in deciding between both Almuzin and Ocean Runner. I thought they were the two horses that stood out here. I went with Almuzin just because of that exposed form here. Look, it says he was beaten at distance, but he wasn't beaten at distance. He was beaten, you know, beaten by one horse clearly and convincingly beat the others home. So, look, I found it very hard. I sided with Almuzin, but again, like the first race, there was two standouts. Almuzin, Ocean Runner. I went with Almuzin, but I know you've gone.
I've gone for Ocean Runner.
Yeah. Did you agree that they were the two standouts?
I thought they were the two standouts, and I also threw into the equation Matt Lube, who, on pedigree and connections, and judged by his first run here in December after a long, long layoff, showed enough promise when he was third behind O'Night. And then the two runs after that have been just too bad to be true. But there's clearly a decent horse in there, judged by that first run after the layoff. Obviously, he's with Michael Costa, who I wouldn't be surprised if he got him back to something like his best. And if he did, he's a player.
Yeah, he certainly is. I mean, Michael Costa, you've got to take note. If you look at these handicaps throughout the season down the straight, over 1,000 metres and also over 1,200 metres, he's had a really good knack of finding these horses and just placing them very well in these races. You know, horses that we haven't seen, you know, running down the straight. They've been running down the straight at home at Jebel Ali or racing at Abu Dhabi, and then, you know, they've just popped up out of nowhere and been very competitive in these races. So I think down the straight, you've got to always take note of these Michael Costa runners. They're very well placed.
And the fact that he's back on the turf. You know, he's had 3 runs in the UAE, all on dirt, and back on the turf could be quite interesting for Matt Lube. So that's a look at the 4th race. And obviously Michael Costa, by the way, is out in front in the Trainers' Championship with 28 winners so far this season. Let's move on and talk about race 5. And this is the Lincoln Presidential Race, and we may be talking about Michael Costa once again here, because the top horse, El Raed, looks to have a fair chance in this race. But there are other good horses, the likes of Matt Kosciuszko, Magic Petition. They've all shown some ability this season. My old pal, Nayar. And of course, with it being Valentine's Day, a lot of people will be supporting Cupid's Dream, horse number 8, whose dam is actually called Valentine's Day. So it'd be an appropriate winner on the card. There's also Gamekeeper, who's had a pretty good season. There are lots of horses here that you can make a case for in comparison and in contrast to our previous one.
Yeah, look, I agree. And I know that a lot of the... with this race, I mean, the performance last start of El Raed was definitely one that you've got to give a lot of respect to. And I mean, the stable, I think, were quite surprised with it, how he performed on that day there, going on to score by 3.5 lengths. I mean, he was tucked away up on the inside, and look, as they made the run for home, I mean, I think it was a nice ride by Ben Cohen, because he had to certainly, I guess, plot a path. It's as we know with Jebel Ali racing, it's a patience game. You've just got to sort of get the horse out of trouble, keep them rolling, and allow them to sort of work through their gears. And I think these local horses have a massive advantage of you know, being trained up the hill on a daily basis, and that comes into play. But I mean, he just angled him out, and you know, he's very strong on them in the finishes, Ben Cohen. He gets every single thing out of them in the back end of these races, and I think El Raed shocked a few people. He certainly. There was a few other horses on exposed form that probably looked winning chances, and well, he was able to go on and run a massive race here. So, look, you've got to give him a lot of respect. Look, I had him in the mix. I had him as my second selection.
Yeah.
I did side with Mount Kosciuszko here in this event.
This is one of your favourites, isn't it?
Well, yeah. Look, I think from what we've seen, you know, from him, he's a versatile horse. He's done really well. He obviously he won his maiden up the hill at Jebel Ali by convincing lengths. I keep going back to that race 3 starts ago. Al Yabri's since gone on.
And Frank the form going on and winning up in class again, albeit that was over 2,000 metres. But, you know, he should have won that race. He should have won that race. He plain and simply got himself beat under Pat Dobbs that day. And Pat Dobbs tried to get him clear, but he unfortunately just didn't want to run straight. And ultimately and then the runs didn't appear at the right time either. So, look, going back to that race, considering that he's in a lower quality race from that event, despite the fact he's over 8 furlongs, I think he's the superior form line. And I don't think Al Raed ran into a horse of his quality last start when he won. So Al Raed's got to step up. Mount Kosciuszko's done it against better horses and is stepping back down here. So I went with the 2.
All right. I'm sticking with an old pal of mine, Nayar, who I've supported, I think, every time he's run so far this season. And I know he got beaten by Kanjar last time out, and he finished back in 7th spot. But you watch the race again, he was actually given a pretty easy time because of his awkward draw on that occasion. He missed the kick, he never got into the race. He was actually making up good ground, but he wasn't really given a hard time. Pat Dobbs was very kind to him, as he often is. He is a very kind rider. And the previous run, he got messed about early on in the race under Oscar Chavez. So I think there have been valid excuses for his last 2 runs. Go back to that previous run back in the 13th of December. He was very good against Atlantic Sky. I think he'll enjoy going back up to a mile as well. And although he's drawn awkwardly in 12, if he can just get prominent, if he gets away from the gates a little bit better than he did last time, I think it'll be very hard to keep Nayar out of the picture. But it's a good race. You know, could make a case for Cupid's Dream, all joking aside.
I mean, we know what's going to happen now, don't we? Well, we know what's going to happen. It's just the Omen horse, isn't it, for the night, Cupid's Dream? But yeah, look,
breaking my heart.
Yeah, exactly.
Beating Nayar in a close finish.
Yeah. Anyway, look, I mean, it's a race you could make a case. I mean, Gamekeeper's got to be given respect as well. Like he's run a good race in recent times too. I mean, even the maiden victory of Classic City was quite impressive and quite unexpected at Jebel Ali last start. So, I mean, nice little race, but look, I'll favour the ones up the top here. But yeah, quite a few chances.
The feature race of the evening, the most valuable, is the Lincoln Aviator Presidential Race. It's the 6th. 350,000 dirhams on offer, 1,400 metres on the turf, and Charlie Appleby represented by 2 runners, Native Approach being one of them, and not the choice of William Buick. William Buick choosing to ride Creative Story, because Richie Mullins obviously now on Native Approach, as you would have seen. And there are a couple of horses in here, in these 2, who... If William Buick had gone the other way, you could have understood why, because clearly Native Approach has bundles of ability. We'll get to him in a second. Let's have a look at Creative Story in winning action here last month. He's very unexposed, we know that. This was his first win of his career, and the impression he gives is that there's bundles more to come.
Yeah, that's the basis, I thought, of Williams' decision here to ride the horse. I mean, you go through this field, I mean, Native Approach is off a rating of 106, and I think he justifies that quote. He's probably at his mark. Whereas Creative Story has one last start. He's coming into this off a rating of 95, but I think he's probably a horse that should be north of 106 or around that mark, if not more, closer to 110. So he's the horse here that's got the most upside. He's got he's got points, rating points under his sleeve at the moment. And potentially after tonight, if he beats this sort of field, he won't have those points anymore. So 55 kilos, he comes into this race. I mean, he's weighted to win. So I can understand the decision for William Buick to jump on board. And, only here tonight for one ride. He's got Rebels Romance amongst others tomorrow in Doha. And, it'll be a big weekend potentially for them with some nice horses stepping out. But, yeah, I think his decision to come across here. Well, he's a retained rider, so I don't think it's much of a decision, but it's more so William Buick's presence here tonight will be justified with a win.
He had a choice of rides, and he's chosen to ride.
Yeah, for sure.
Creative Story instead of Native Approach, which for most people, that's good enough. However, having said that, I'm sticking with Native Approach, primarily because I just think he's enormously talented, but a little bit kooky in his mind. And maybe that's being kind. I didn't think he gave himself any chance in this race. And I just have the feeling that in terms of raw ability, even though I know you say he's 106, I think he's got more in the tank than that. Watch the way he finishes here in a slowly run race, didn't really get into it, and then right at the end, he's taken off at the back in the white cap. And again, under hands and heels, he's got loads of ability, but you have to get inside his head, I think. William Buick managed to do it when he beat San Donato first time up this season. Last time out, though, he just seemed to sulk a little bit. But the quality of that race, terrific.
Yep, no, for sure. I mean, like that race from a form perspective will hold up. We're going to see quite a few winners out of that, that's for sure. So, look, there's another win in him very soon, Native Approach. But I didn't think tonight would be the night for him. I thought Creative Story probably the correct choice. Al Nassib, he's an interesting one on the turf, and I mean, look, I've spoken to Danny Tudhope at length about the horse, and he's come around to the fact that I mean the horse just needs to be able to successfully turn a bend well, and he'll be a different horse. Whether the grass will improve him here tonight, that's the big question. But he's got plenty of ability, that's for sure. Wide draw 1400 metres, the query. Embesto back onto the grass here now. I think he's another interesting one. And also Salim, who we haven't seen for quite some time, last running in the Fire Break. He returns here as well, but I think there's a nice race for him on Super Saturday in a couple of weeks. So this could be just a nice little lung opener for him. But you'd say from that wide draw though, they'll be using it as a fitness run. So he'll be forward, I'd say.
All right. Let's move on and talk about our penultimate race of the evening. It is the Lincoln race. It's worth 165,000 dirhams, and it's over 11 furlongs with 2,200 metres on the dirt, headed by Desert Snake, Dubai Vision, New Comedy, Nova Roma. This is a tough one. This was probably one of the hardest races of the evening in order to be strong in your opinion. And the other thing about this race, Pat, and I don't know what because obviously we haven't discussed it before, we're talking about it now. I wasn't sure about a few of these horses who are towards the top of the market on the international markets, certainly seeing out this trip of a mile 3, 2,200, 11 furlongs, however you want to describe it. And that sort of was what swayed me to choosing Mousa. Is that, am I pronouncing it? Musa. Musa, okay. Based on that run last time out, staying on strongly.
Yeah, look, I mean, Musa and Meydan, it was a pretty gritty on-speed performance there in a race that, look, we're not going to beat around the bush. It wasn't the strongest of events, but did come out and beat quite a few of these in a 0 to 75 that they face once again here. I don't think a lot of these were suited by the two turns. It was it's a tight two-turn track there at Sharjah, and as a result, there was a lot of horses that didn't really suit that event. And we've seen them improve once again. Goes to the Mambo, especially back to a one-turn track like Jebel Ali. So the form's all over the place here as well. I agree with you that the horses right up the top end of the market overseas, I think 2,200 is the query for them. So very interesting to see how they figure. I lent towards a horse that we haven't seen on the dirt here so far, and that is Desert Snake up the top. More so just on the fact that he hasn't struck a race of this sort of level for quite some time. I mean, he drops into a 55 to 75, and we've seen this horse, facing fields like 0 to 80s, 0 to 90s through the season so far. So, look, I'm interested to see how he'll travel. He's proven to carry weight, 60 plus, with previous wins in the past. So for that reason, I'm siding with Desert Snake in a very open event, and I just think, provided that he, finds himself in a nice enough position and out of the kickback, I think he could go okay in a field where, he's probably facing a field of lesser quality than what he's faced in his previous starts.
Okay, Desert Snake at the top for Pat in the penultimate race. One more to look at, and that's the Lincoln Navigator race, worth 190,000 dirhams, and it's over 1,400 metres or 7 furlongs on the turf. By the way, don't forget that the rail is out. 8 metres tonight here on the turf, so I think a handy draw down towards the rail, and that's why I'm mentioning that, because I like Warsong in this race. We've drawn 2 for our good friend Saeed bin Saror, who has had now in the last 2 seasons since 2023 66 runners without a winner. But tonight I think that might change, so I think Warsong is about to put him on the score sheet. Let's have a look at Warsong in action. Now, the horse that beats Warsong on this occasion, and bearing in mind, this was Warsong's first run. This was in January, so just last month. This was Warsong's first run since October 2023. Looked to have the race just about in safekeeping coming to the furlong pole, but got worn down by Harsim. And that form's not bad.
Yeah, no, it was. on the way had them rolling up very, very fast up in front, or indicate, my apologies, and War Song was slightly sucked into that heavy tempo there, which did play into the hands of Harsim, as you can see here, getting back and running on. He's a prolific place getter, and that night he was able to break through for a very deserved win. And look, I mean, War Song's got a great gate tonight. Dylan McMonigal on board here off the rating of 83. I think, yes, suits a horse like War Song to be running well. I mean, probably going to get a little bit more of a genuine tempo here over 1,400 metres around a turn. I just kept going back. War Song was my second pick. I just kept going back to No Retreat last week. But I mean, it's got to be D-Day for No Retreat. I mean, how many times can you run second, and how many times can you get beaten in just such dramatic fashion? Okay,
so last time, was it the trip? Was it the horse? What cost victory?
Well, Adrian de Vries said in the post-race interview that he's a horse that needs to be nursed. You know, that once he hits the front, he has a serious think about it in the race, and that is something that, you know, has obviously let him down in the past. And I mean, as we know what happened with James Doyle back in the UK as well, he's a horse that once he does get to the front has a tendency to idle down and switch off. So, I mean, Ardry's had a couple of spins on him now, and I think with that, he's probably got a better idea now of sort of how to ride him to maximise that. I mean, War Song's going to potentially be a horse in the race, much like Jungle Mac, who comes up from a sprint trip, that's going to be that horse up in front that's going to set a genuine tempo, and he's going to roll them along and give No Retreat something to chase down. So I'm hoping that No Retreat gets there, but only gets there by a very, very brief margin, and only hits the front with a tiny bit of time left. It won't be a big margin win.
If No Retreat gets to War Song a furlong, or 3/4 of a furlong out, are you convinced that No?
I think the horse that he heads will kick back and win. He needs to be timing it so that he gets there with 10 metres to spare and he wins by a head.
If he gets into a battle and wins, can you say No Retreat, no surrender?
If you remind me, I'll say it.
Okay. All right. Let's have a look at your selections tonight, Pat. Away you go.
Thank you, Rishi. Let's have a look at the picks. I've gone Namir in the first. Thought it was a 2-horse race between it and Alwari, but I'll stick with Namir. Sense of Wisdom in the second event. Awab, one of the good things in the third. I think he'll be winning. Almuzan, I sided with him or Ocean Runner, but I've gone with Almuzan. Mount Kosciuszko in the fifth event. Creative Story looks weighted to win in the sixth. Desert Snake, potentially an each-way chance in the penultimate event. A very open race, and it's D-Day for No Retreat. Can he get Fauzi Nasser winner and on the board this season?
Okay, let's have a look at the real winners. 8 winners coming your way.
That's right.
Well, you've got one. Oh, wow. So Alwari with Richie Mullen in the saddle. Deciduous. Now, in fairness, a few of these horses I'm just being loyal to. It is Valentine's Day, and I'm kind of like that. So Deciduous and Nye are 2 horses I've stuck with for a long time, so I'm staying with them. Awab, the class act. Ocean Runner. It's a speculative suggestion. Native Approach, I do think, is the most talented horse on show tonight. Musa in the penultimate race, and Said bin Saror to get that winner at Meydan this season. A man with 451 career wins here in the UAE. His 452nd is coming.
Well, I mean, as you said, Said bin Saror's, he's a deserved for that winner, so we hopefully see him do that. Muhammad Ibrahim, I'd be surprised to see when he's had a winner here at Meydan, how long it's been since he's had one. I mean, I know he's had winners here before, but yeah, hopefully a few droughts broken tonight here as well. And, well, we haven't tipped him, but Cupid's Dream, as I said, but he's got to be the omen for the night.
That's the one. He's probably going to win now, Cupid's Dream. That's the way it goes. Yeah. Pat, thank you very much. Have a tremendous evening. As Pat and I were talking about the start of this preview, we're not that far away from Super Saturday. It's just a couple of weeks away. It's going to be magnificent, and hopefully it'll be as good, if not better, than last year's.
He loads away. Curlis Del Rock comes up for Pat Cosgrave to complete the field for race number 1 here on Emirates Super Saturday. Starter likes them, and we are underway. AF Al Wajal jumping very well to the inside. Sunny DeLoop caught it well, and also catching the starter very well was Hakadu Soleil today. Jugurtha de Monlau presses on from the deep, working across here with Unleashed. Then came Farris up on the running rail. RB French Dude, Curlis Del Rock hustled along by Pat Cosgrave to be up in that first half dozen as they approach the mile peg and make their way off the front section of the course. Then came Unleashed, followed by RB French Dude. He's about 10 off the speed now. Barwan tracks him. Then came Zajarel Wathbar getting further away from the leaders with RB second to none. And the Al Ajban stable runners second last and last. Os now passing Curlis Del Rock, who wasn't travelling, and he's now been eased out of the contest as they make their way down the side. 600 metres left to go in the Group 1 for the purebred Arabians. And AF Al Wajal just clicks it up a notch here under Tygo Shea. Leads along next. Sunny DeLoop applying some pressure. Farris already under the stick. RB Rich Like Me still within about 4 lengths to pick up here as they swing the bend. Then came Unleashed, RB French Dude, Barwan, Hakadu Soleil. That's your race. RB Rich Like Me needs to get a hustle on here. AFL Wajal leading by a half. Sunny DeLoop starting to present on the outside. RB Rich Like Me is not going to get to these leaders here. It's a two-way tussle here in the Group 1. AFL Wajal, Sunny DeLoop getting the better here as they come to the 16th pole. Sunny DeLoop ahead. Sunny DeLoop, AFL Wajal lifting. AFL Wajal making it a very good tussle down to the line. Photo finish, not much in that. Very good finish, not leaving that. I'll leave that one to the judge. Sunny DeLoop and AFL Wajal. Third across was RB Rich Like Me dropping away. Then came Barwan, Unleashed, RB French Dude from Farris. Then came Os, Hakadu Soleil, Zajarel Wathbar, RB second to none. And the last one home crossing over there was Jugurtha de Monlau, who pulled out along with Curlis Del Rock. 15.29, 27.74 as they head down the back and approach the 5 furlong peg. We're out in front. Nadelia leads it at very, very easy sectionals and is travelling along well despite being in the lead here at very, very slow fractions. The outside Lightning Paradise getting a little bit closer, maybe half a length away. Third in running there was Geologist. Now Cinderella's Dream Buick deciding to slide out wider and make a mid-race move here. Yamama was next, followed by Kibo Masaki and Onagiri. Yeah, Buick not liking it. Actually hasn't liked it. He's lost his irons here on the favourite. He has lost the irons on Cinderella's Dream as they make their way into the straight here. So Sensation in the Jumeirah 1000 guineas here, and he comes up to the outside about a half length clear. Lightning Paradise second, Adelia in third, fourth Geologist. Yamama is fifth at this point in time, only about 3 lengths away. This will be a monumental effort here. Cinderella's Dream, Buick without the irons, still about 2 or 3 lengths clear here of Lightning Paradise. Wow-wee, this is going to be some win. Cinderella's Dream, all has gone wrong, and she still delivers. Cinderella's Dream in a romp. 5 lengths over the Geologist. Then came Yamama into third, Photo fourth, Nadelia just over Lightning Paradise, Kibo Masaki and Onagiri last. And taking over the running now is Laurel River. Royal Muse allows him to cross, leading the way there. He sits second. The outside in third was Hypothetical, close enough to pounce as Barcelona tries to get him to click it up a notch. Laurel River getting ever further in front. Southern Artist fourth, fifth Ever Fast from Karib Al Jadaf. Then came Swing Vote. He's also getting closer. Celtic Prince, Asad Zabil. Then came Justice Protocol, Quality Humour, and probably King Ottoman's the last one who could win here, but they've all got to catch Laurel River, who turns into the straight here in the Juddmonte Farm colours, out by the best part of 8 or 9 lengths on Kadeb, who is making some chase here into the minor placings. Also making ground Everfast along with Swing Vote, but this runner is off and gone. Laurel River. Wowee, some performance here in race number 3. Laurel River is going to draw away and win this quite convincingly. 5 lengths in the last race. This winner, 7 lengths. Karib second, Everfast third, and Al Jadaf will find himself into fourth just over Swing Vote. Then came Asad Zabil, followed by Celtic Prince, King Ottoman. Justice Protocol was next. The Great Collection never got warm. Quality Humour was next across with Southern Artist, Vagalam. Then came Western Rider, Hypothetical, and Royal Muse, after leading early, was the last one home. And we look set here at the 1,000 metres. Set to run. We're underway in the Nat Al Sheba Turf Sprint. Frosted Dawn was away fast over on the far side with Equality. Logo Hunter, R. Shibley, and also Bill Heil caught the start well, going up there, and they are in the first few, along with next in turn there Albardic, followed there by Pontos, who's over nearer to us with Thunder of Niagara. Then came Batwan, who's over on the deepest part of the course, over on the far side. He spots the lead 5 or 6. Khuzam and also Tajala come closer to him, along with Ladies Church. Star of Mystery still with a few to pick up. Zorkin and Topper Bill is over on the stand side running rail as they make their way past the 400 metres. Plenty of hopes here at this point in time. Pontos hits the lead here from Bill Heil. Over on the far side, Frosted Dawn continues on. She looks like she's got a good advantage here, Frosted Dawn, and continuing. Frosted Dawn here with the 54.5, coming up here with the other filly and Star of Mystery, who's trying to chase her down. Frosted Dawn gets a well-deserved victory. Frosted Dawn 3 on the line, and the fillies go 1-2. Star of Mystery second, Logo Hunter third, followed by Pontos, Bill Heil. Then came Tajala from Ladies Church, Batwan. Next over was Equality, followed by R. Shibley, Thunder of Niagara, Topper Bill, and Khuzam was one of the last ones to cross over with Zorkin and Albardic. This is the Al Maktoum Classic, sponsored by Emirates Airlines here on Emirates Super Saturday. Group 2, 1900 metres, we are underway. And Walk of Stars jumped very well early, pressing up with Quip, who is going to fight forward to the lead up on the running rail. Aldous Huxley burns across along with Military Law. He'll be 4th and about 2 off the speed early. Then came Secret Victory, Franz Strauss and Remorse. Clapton stays to the inside. He's about 8th in running. They all come off the fence here as they leave the running from Desert Wisdom. Then came next in turn Moro Do Kentucky, being passed by Never Show Weakness. Ahusta Fiscal second to last, and Made in Dubai heads back to his usual rearward roll. 8.71, 19.04 as Aldous Huxley burns to the lead here, and as they make their way down the back, he holds a buffer of 5 lengths on second, which is Quip, who decides to not chase down this leader and allows him to let stride. Walk of Stars comes up to the inside now and heads up into the runner-up role. From Clapton, who tracks him, Military Law deeper out, followed by Desert Wisdom. Then came next in turn their Secret Victory, Franz Strauss. Quip going back through the field here. A few of these having to surround him and get around him like a bollard here at the moment. Remorse was next, followed there by deeper out, Never Show Weakness, already being hustled along with Ahusta Fiscal and Made in Dubai. Quip out of the contest. So Military Law comes up to the outside of Aldous Huxley, who might have thrown up the white flag as well. The sectionals were pretty slick early. Walk of Stars tracks up well, along with Clapton. Desert Wisdom under a ride. The same can be said for Remorse, Franz Strauss, Ahusta Fiscal, and Never Show Weakness from the back as they swing the bend here in the Al Maktoum Classic. Out in front, Military Law, Walk of Stars, Clapton a little wayward here. He didn't corner too well. Military Law still with a buffer of 1.5 lengths on Walk of Stars, who's trying to lift up here as well, but it is Military Law still. Military Law under Oscar Chavez with a break of 1.5 lengths here in the Al Maktoum Classic. Now Walk of Stars starts to lift in the late stages. Walk of Stars trying to make this a race. Military Law has to be brave, and Military Law gets the job done. Military Law very brave late, goes on to win by 1 length. Second Walk of Stars, third across was Clapton. They gapped away to 4th, who was Ahusta Fiscal. He could only get up to the final spot in the quartet. Desert Wisdom was next from Never Show Weakness, Remorse. Then came Aldous Huxley, Made in Dubai, never ran on with Franz Strauss, who was a little disappointing on face value. We are set for the Russell Call. Full field of 16. 1,400 metres, and we're racing. To the best line of the night, Mountbatten out wide. Will have to press forward here at this point in time in a little sticky spot. Changing colours, finds his usual early spot up in front with Vaffatino, Noble Dynasty. Marvin working forward along with Fort Payne. Then came out deeper Erzincan, providing a couple of wide runners some cover at this point. Then came Echo Point, followed by Iharaz, who sits back on the inside in about 8th position. From Mountbatten, who now comes up 3 deep with a back, pressing forward with Damar. Then came Arsalt from El Patriota, who just got a nasty check. Yanafis passes him, along with on the inside there Ventura Rebel, Tambarata second to last, and the last one Nibras Passion, with 700 metres left to travel here in the Ras Al Khor, and it is changing colours by 1 length and a tail. Second Marvin. Erzincan's been 3 deep the trip at this point in time. He's been doing it tough. Fort Payne forces him even wider here at the turn. Damar deeper but working into it along with Arsalt. Iharaz needs a run desperately. The inside Echo Point spots the lead 4 lengths, still trying to work through with Ventura Rebel out wide.
Fort Payne along with Damar. Yanafis tracking into it as well, deeper out. It's changing colours from Noble Dynasty. Here's Fort Payne on the scene here. Fort Payne coming up to the outside of Noble Dynasty. Echo Point working through. Look at Tamburrata flashing from the back as well. Fort Payne, Tamburrata tries down the outside, will miss. Fort Payne from Tamburrata. Tamburrata very eye-catching there in the late stages. Third across was Nibris Passion from Echo Point. Then came Noble Dynasty, Vaffatino, Yanafis. Damar was next, followed by Iharaz. Then came Erzanjan. Ventura Rebel changing colours, knocked up. El Patriota was next to crossover. They're locked and loaded for the Mahab El Shamal. Racing. Rawi a little slow and threw the head up in the air as well, cost himself 3 or 4. Freedom Fighter straight up onto the bunny nice and early here. Meshakel second. Now working across from the deep is Kanjar to inject even more tempo into the race. They will follow there next in turn by Leading Spirit on the warpath. Morning was next. Rawi and Go Chrome Go's been pulled out of the contest. Go Chrome Go is out of the race in the Mahab El Shamal, and they make their way past the 700 metres. And up in front now, Freedom Fighter leads only a neck. Meshakel injecting further tempo into the race here, 13.64, 24.35, so they have gone slick enough. Back on the leaders, back in third. Here was Leading Spirit. Kanjar nudged along. The same can be said for Morning on the warpath. Rawi and Go Chrome Go out of the race. 400 to go, and it is Freedom Fighter a half length. Now 3/4 of a length. Meshakel tries to level up, but Freedom Fighter holds him at bay at the moment. Leading Spirit, though, the threat. Leading Spirit down the outside, hot out of the Jebel Ali sprint. Leading Spirit burns to the lead, burns the dirt here this afternoon and into the evening and into the final 100 metres. Leading Spirit under Pat Cosgrave will take the Mahab El Shamal. A length and a half. Freedom Fighter second. Maybe Morning just over Meshakel for third. Fifth goes to Kanjar, followed by Rawi. Second to last was on the warpath, and a long last Go Chrome Go. We'll hear more in the vet's report and the steward's report. You'd say he pulled up sharply about 300 into the race. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Looking forward to our final race of the evening. And we are almost set to go and immediately underway. Musical Act was fast off the machines, going forward there in the early stages with Athan, Legend of Time, just looking to slot in here as well. So they might get the back of the stablemate here. Tahoku out 3 deep at the moment, followed there next in turn by Acclaim to Royalty, and they were followed there by Courtier, just getting up on the steel of shade there at the back. Second to last, 3 lengths back in last position, sees what happens in Vegas. So 8 or 9 lengths top to tail as they make their way past the 13.50, and the early sectionals come up 14.98, 26.80. Athan leads them, kicks up underneath Musical Act to lead a half length. Third in the running was Legend of Time, spotting the lead 2.5 and racing on his lonesome at this point in time from Tahoku, who was next, Courtier. Then came Acclaim to Royalty. Last was What Happens in Vegas. So 1,000 metres left to go here in the final event of the night, and Athan heads to his usual roll up on speed and now makes the margin a length. Musical Act in second, sits there in a nice position for the time being, along with Legend of Time, who tracks the leader. Tahoku's now got the 1-1. In behind, a little keen at this point in time, was Acclaim to Royalty. Courtier second to last, and What Happens in Vegas has seen them all throughout. At the 500 metre mark, as they make their way to the top of the straight, Athan now asked to extend a little bit. Heads into the straight, the leader, Legend of Time, plenty of room to come through. The short price elect, out deeper, Musical Act, Tahoku. Courtier starts to work into it. Acclaim to Royalty seems to have thrown up the white flag. What Happens in Vegas passes him, and Musical Act still seems to have something in the locker here. Gives Legend of Time a run for his money. Legend of Time leads a length and a half, now makes it 2 lengths, and he kicks away in the late stages. Legend of Time goes on to record a nice win in the final race, and the margin on the line, 4 lengths. Godolphin go 1-2. Musical Act second, third across Athan, who stuck on. Courtier fourth. Fifth across the line was What Happens in Vegas, and he beat 2 home. And they were Tahoku and Acclaim to Royalty, who pulled up at the 300.
Well, Bhupat Seemar's horses just having a little parade in the paddock. They always take the opportunity to do a bit of paddock schooling. And just here is the fastest horse in the desert. This is Tuz, who, of course, is the reigning champion in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. He's been brilliant so far this season. He's going to be a big player once again come World Cup night. and he looks magnificent. Look at the size of his back end. That's where all the power comes from. I don't want to get too close to it because I could end up on the other side of Meydan. But he looks in great shape. He's been on his toes a little bit all the way around, but that's part of the reason why they have this paddock schooling, just to settle them. They get used to the surroundings. He's an old warrior. He knows his way around here, but he's on very good terms with himself. And by the way, just have a look at this horse. One more to have a look at. This is Imperial Emperor, who has emerged as a real star for the team this season. He's improved and improved with every run. Look at the skin on him. He looks absolutely magnificent. I can see my very handsome face in his skin from here. Actually, I'm only joking. I can't see my handsome face. I can see an ugly face. But he does look in great shape, Imperial Emperor. I presume he's got some big targets just around the corner. In fact, live racing just around the corner here at Meydan.
ladies and gentlemen, welcome on course this evening for tonight's event. Really excited for the 8-race program, all brought to you by Altair Motors and the wonderful team at Lincoln. Runners are heading into the parade here for the first of 8 races tonight. This one for the purebred Arabians. Here is horse number 1 here for tonight's card. We head to Indy's Day. Danny Tudhope spots the Al Ajban colours once again here off the rating of 100. Dropping out of Group 1 company where it was in behind Unleashed here at Meydan last start. Stepping up in distance here though to the 2,000 metres for tonight's assignment. Number 2 is Namir, certainly a winning hope, just has to overcome a slightly wide draw here. Jean-Claude Bacoud and Yas Racing combine. Oscar Chavez to ride here, also off the equal top rating of 100. He was a 7-length winner over 1,800 metres last time out to the races, speeding home Majdi on that occasion at Elaine. He steps back out to 2,000 metres here, is certainly fit enough to be winning this. Three is Salb. Hamad Al Basaidi rides for Ibrahim El Hadrami, Royal Cavalry Oman. Last seen at Muscat in a conditions race over there on the 7th of January. Beaten by 22 3/4 lengths there by Soko on that occasion. Makes its way back here to Meydan. Would need to improve on recent starts. Four is Sari, Silvestre de Souza for Majid El Jahuri and Yas Racing, a last start winner also in a 0-100. Unlike Namir, doesn't come out of that strong of a race, but has got some winning form on the board. Just needs to translate that to Meydan, a track he'll be seeing for the first time. Five is Al Wari, the 5-year-old Entire for Richard Mullen and Ahmed Al Mahabi. First up over 1,800 metres was beaten down the track there by E.S. Latam. Will be fitter for that as a result, and we'll see him potentially return to some form here with that fitness under the belt here for Al Ramani Racing. Can win. Amar is the next runner in the white cap. Abdulaziz Al Balushi, Majid Al Jahuri. Beaten a distance last time out and goes on to hopefully improve off that last start performance. Has seen Meydan before, albeit unsuccessful. Has a slight wide draw to contest with here, number 6. Bernardo Pinheiro rides 7 golden years for Abdullah Al Hamadi and Al Ajban stables. He was 4th last start, beaten 9 lengths by Sari, who he faces again today. 2 starts ago was a winner in conditions company. This is a step up. Casal Hyperlight will be looking for an electric tempo up in front, coming from a long way back last start to get within 2 1/4 lengths of Sandstorm AA. Extra distance should not be a concern whatsoever, if not improving the runner, but the genuine tempo is necessary. Sandstorm AA was a brilliant last start winner here at Meydan, backing up after a week, much like Casal Hyperlight, but was found to be at the end of her tether at the mile last time out. 2,000 metres might be a bit of a stretch. Sharik is the next horse we have a look at. Ibrahim El Hadrami, Connor Beasley, has got plenty of Elaine form, including a leg of the Elaine Marathon Series. That was on the 6th of February last week. Taken out there by Mali Al Shahaniya. Drops back sharply in trip here to the 2,000 metres for tonight's race and draws the ace. Wearing the blue cap, Tahan Al Wathbar, Jules Mobian and Eric Lamartinel, beaten a short head by Badran by Nuna at Sharjah last time to the races. That was on the 12th of January. Has had time to freshen up between starts and heads to Meydan for the first time. 12 Listo de Fost, Ray Dawson for Suleiman Al Ghanami. over 2200 last start at Abu Dhabi, was victorious over Rams in a 0-85. Drops back in trip and onto the dirt. Was a winner on the dirt 3 starts ago over a mile, breaking the maiden at Alain. Tygo Shea opts for the light ride for the Autel stable with AF Afam. Comes in with the lowest rating of 85, beaten a neck by AF Lath at the race's last start at Abu Dhabi. Switches back onto the dirt. Turf form better of late, but has a nice draw in 4 and a lightweight to hopefully bring him into the race. That's our runners for race number 1, the Altair Motors race over 2,000 metres. This one for 140,000. And it is our purebred Arabians event for the evening.
Alongside me is Tygo Shea, who's about to ride in our opening race on Afam. How come you're not on Sandstorm?
Look, I have a contract with Mr. Nabuda to ride his, and he's a good horse in his own right, and I think he'll stay. So, yeah, look, he's got no weight in his back, so hopeful of a big ride.
Best of the ride tonight?
Plenty of chances throughout the night. Diamond Dealer's he's been disappointing for us, really. If he ever put it together what he shows us, he'd run a huge race. We're surprised he hasn't won by now, and I suppose solid old horses like Ghost of the Mambo and that quarter with every chance.
I meant to also say, bad news about poor Laurel River being out for a couple of weeks. Will he be okay for the World Cup?
Oh yeah, no, he's back going. He's just missed a crucial gallop, which, you know, in these top races, you can't go underdone. So, yeah, the plan is now, obviously, get him 110% here for defence at the World Cup. So, yeah, no, he's back going. It's just missing a big gallop like that. It's not ideal.
Last thing, speaking of defence of cups, how about Ireland in the Six Nations so far?
Well, look, listen, Ireland are Ireland. They're different class, aren't they?
Good luck. Let's have a closer look at some of the runners in our opening race. This, the Altair Motors race. A reminder, it's worth 140,000 dirhams, and we're looking at horse number 2, Nimir. One of a handful of horses racing in the colours of Yaz Racing in this opening race, as they are so often represented in these purebred Arabian races. And Nimir's got an awkward draw in stall 12 for Oscar Chavez, but comes here off the back of a win at Al Ain over 200 metres shorter last month. And in a race where perhaps the quality is just lacking a little bit, the idea of a horse coming here fresh off a win is always certain a bonus, and won comfortably, beating Majdi last time out by 7 lengths. In similar colours, but with a black cap for Yaz Racing, is Sadi, trained by Majid Al-Jahuri. Silvestre de Souza is in the saddle. Another winner at Al Ain last time out, over the same distance of 1,800 metres that Nimir won over. Stepping up in trip shouldn't really be an issue. Also won at Al Ain back in November as well. So it's been overall pretty good form so far this season. Number 9 is Sandstorm AA, who won last week, beating Kasu Hippolyte, who reopposes today. Obviously, Tiger Show was on board on that occasion. Alexandra da Silva is on board tonight, and very shortly we'll be preparing ourselves for the Best Turned Out Award here at Meydan, the first of the evening, sponsored by PHI Advertising. It's time for the PHI Advertising Best Turned Out Award of the evening. And in our first race has gone to horse number 12, Lister de Faust. And Lister de Faust is looked after by Ashraf Ali, who is in the winner's enclosure now alongside Mohamed Mordi, the general manager of PHI Advertising. We thank them for their generous sponsorship of the Best Turned Out Horse Award, and we wish Ashraf Ali and Lister de Faust the best of luck in our opening race here at Meydan.
So runners are starting to make their way forward here for the first event on the card. We've got about 4 runners left to load here as Salb comes up into line. Fresh off a run back in Muscat. We've got about 4 left to load here. Listo de Fost, best turned down, along with Sharik. Al-Wari to come forward as well, and Amar also to join the field. So these runners are about to complete the line here at the 2,000 metre mark for the opening event, the Altair Motors race over 2,000 for 140,000 as Listo de Fost loads. 3 to be brought up into line. El-Wari, well specced overseas, a potential threat to the international market elect in number 2, Namia. As Sharik loads away, Sari leaps back in the air, set to go. Racing in the opener from Meydan, and away fast the middle was AF Farm. He's going to head up with the lightweight in the early stages, working across from Amar in second and deeper out in third Tahan Al-Wathbar. Al-Wari's going to tuck up in behind them in fourth, followed by to its outside Sari, Namir 3 wide and about 6 there. He's going to be a little wide into this first turn, Oscar Chavez. Indy's Day hunts up the inside as they work off the front of the course here. From the last start winner, Sandstorm AA, Listo de Fost. Then came Sharik, followed by Kasau Hyperlight up to third to last. From next him running Golden Years. And the last start Muscat contender in Salb is last of all. So as they make their way onto the back of the course here, it's Amar who's going up to lead them. 3 parts in advance of Tahan El Wathbar in second. Third was AF Farm, who gets the nice trail. And in the 1-1 was Al Wari. Namir's caught out deeper here. Chavez probably going to have to improve here at some stage. He's caught out in the cheap seats. Then came Sari on his back. From Listo de Foss, then came Sandstorm AA. Next him running was Golden Years, the deepest of all. From next him running Sandstorm AA, Casal Hyperlight, Indies Day. Sharik up on the inside was one of the last horses, along with Salb, as they make their way off the back in search of the 800-metre peg. And continuing to roll them up in front is Amar. Tahan El Wathbar for company in second. Now Eyeballs the leader. From Namir, who's been parched out 3 deep. It'll be a monumental effort to win. Al Wari's had the run of the race and just needs a room clear now. Namir keeping him pocketed for the moment. Then came AF Farm, followed by Sandstorm AA, who works up into the event. Next came Indies Day, followed by Sharik. Casal Hyperlight still with 8 to pick up from Salb. Then came Sari from Listo de Foss. Then out to the end, Golden Years. It's Tahan El Wathbar. Tahan El Wathbar, who finds a little bit more here. Beats off Amar. Then came Sandstorm AA, who's working into the race here at big time, followed by Indies Day. It's Tahan El Wathbar and AFR Farm working through the inside, and Salb coming up the inside. Salb working through from last. He's taken the short way home here, and Salb sneaks up the inside. Good ride, Hamad Al Basaidi. Half a length on the line, beats home into second position. A brave performance there by Tahan El Wathbar. Next over was Indies Day, working up there along with, next over there was Sharik from Sandstorm AA. Then came Amar. Next over and running was Namir. He got no favours in the run at all. Casal Hyperlight. Then came Sari from Listo de Foss, Golden Years, and Al Wari dropped out sharply from the 250. That's what a 3 kilo claim can do, and a good ride at that as well. Very patient from the back of the field. They fanned out at the turn, and the Omani rider in Hamad Al Basaidi has been able to pick up one here for Royal Cavalry Oman and Ibrahim El Hadrami. An unsuccessful attempt at Muscat last time out, back to the UAE, and has gone on to win well. Salb, victorious, number 3 in the frame, winner's time 2:16.69.
And a big smile on the face of rider Hamad Al Basaidi. And you can understand why, because he's taken a daring route on Salb down on the inside rail, turned for home, had 7 or 8 horses in front of him, and decided that he was going to stick to that inside rail, but he had a very willing partner in Salb, this 9-year-old who was drawn in 13, was compromised because of that and had to race towards the back of the field. But when a strong enough gallop allowed Salb to get into the race late on, and he's just managed to squeeze through on that rail, and he's won in the end by about half a length. Fine run from Tahan Al Wathbar, who finished back in second. A good run from Indies Day in the bright colours back in third. But have a look at the run that Salb gets under Hamad Al Basaidi, down on the rail, just waiting for the drift of Ammar, who was in the white cap and the big sheepskin noseband, but he gets the gap there, and away he goes, powering down on the inside rail. And in the end, he's won fairly snugly, but it was a bit of a chance ride down on the inside rail, but he's taken that chance and he's made it pay. Salb, the winner. Tahan Al Wathbar has finished in second, Indies Day third. There was a moment in the straight where the grey Sandstorm looked to be coming with a very good run, but unfortunately that run just petered out before the line. Not a bad run by AF Afam in the black colours, just coming in between horses at this point. But it wasn't good enough. Not a bad run back and forth, because they were all undone by the daring ride of Hamad Al Basaidi and Salb.
And the numbers there in race number 1 for the first event, 3, 11, 1 and 13. 3, 11, 1, 13. Salb, your winner. Margins are half by 3/4. 2:16.69 winner's time there. 3, 11, 1 and 13, race 1.
تعالوا عمانيين الحضرمي ما موجود تعالوا انا موجود تعال احمد تعال احمد تعال تعالوا شباب تعالوا حبيبنا ما موجود
Excuse me.
ثانك يو
Thank you. Time to welcome back the winner of our first race, the Altair Motors race. Horse number 3 by Domain out of Nada, trained by Ibrahim Al-Hadrami, ridden by Hamid Al-Busaidi, owned by Royal Cavalry Oman. A round of applause for Sal.
We'll go. You got yes. سنة تعال معي. عماد. هذا اللف. أعطوه بوسة مرة ثانية. ما صور. لا. لفة 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 تعال تبدأ. إيه. أيوة. أيوة. ايوه مبروك يا حبيبي الله يبارك ان شاء الله
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the first presentation of the evening on an 8-race card here at Meydan, sponsored by Altair Motors. In the first race, the Altair Motors race, and we are delighted to welcome Chris Deacon, General Manager Sales, Ford and Lincoln, to make the presentation after the wonderful performance of Salb in winning our opening race under a daring ride from Hamad Al-Busaidi, giving him a first ever win at Meydan. Stepping forward to receive on behalf of the winning owners, Royal Cavalry Oman, receiving the trophy will be Loon Singh along with Hamza Al-Tai, Sanat Al-Maheri and Salim Al-Maheri. Pre-parading for our second race, the Lincoln Corsair race, and I think I've already got the best turned out. Have a look at horse number 8. This is Valdivia, and have a look at the pattern that's done on Valdivia's backside. Love hearts on Valentine's Day. It is very apt, very appropriate. So there we are. I mean, there can be no other contender. By the way, so if you work out how to do those, so people at home understanding, there is a stencil that you put over them, and you just brush and brush against it. and that's how you end up with that beautiful pattern on Valdivia. As for Valdivia's chances in this race, well, he's got to improve enormously after a disappointing run last time out. That was behind Guns and Glory on the dirt doze. Back on turf today for Valdivia. So hopefully that return to the grass will bring about a little bit of improvement. Prior to that, actually ran pretty well behind Thundering. Just throw forward and find horse number 7, which is Poster Paint. Again, quite cool patterns on his back end, but quite not in the same vein for Valentine's Day. Still beautifully turned out Poster Paint, one of the runners in this race representing Bupat Sema. And the thing about Poster Paint is, being drawn in stall 3, I thought that they might go forward on Poster Paint today. It has suited him in the past, and if he does go forward, I think that he could have a chance, but there might be 1 or 2, because I think there'll be quite a bit of a pace on in today's race, and I think that might leave him a little bit exposed. Behind Poster Paint is horse number 4, which is Cadavar for Dylan Brown McMonaghan will be aboard Cadavar for George Michaelides. Cadavar comes into this race after running at Doha. He's been doing a lot of running at Doha on the turf. Hasn't been running too badly. You just have a look at how he's going to improve, though, for this this test today. I think he will have to in order to land a serious blow. Let's see who's coming over to my right. Another horse who looks pretty well turned out is number 16. Got a good skin, good condition. For Berkshire Nugget. Spoke about Berkshire Nugget earlier on when we were chatting away with Pat Comfort before racing. Has a really, really good skin on him. Looks in great shape. Got to be very proud of how you've turned out Berkshire Nugget today. Ran really well last time out when he finished second here at Meydan behind DeLorean. And I think he's very proud of his work. The lad looking after him, he's very happy because the horse is looking absolutely magnificent. But going back to his chances in the race, one of the likely pacemakers in the race or likely to be forward, and I think that's where the issue is. I think you probably want to be with a horse who's held up today, and that'll be against him. But I love the fact that his lad was looking so happy about how well turned out he is. He did look in great shape.
So runners are starting to make their way down into the parade for race number 2 here of the evening. Our first of the thoroughbred races for tonight. And this one here is the Lincoln Corsair race. This one for 175,000. And we do have a nice field of 16 runners to contest. Let's head to our first horse. And that is number 1 in Natural World, one of multiple runners tonight for Mohammed Ibrahim. Case Albacete will claim 1.5 kilos off this son of Frankel. He's been beaten a distance his last 2. He would need to improve on his UAE form to date in order to figure here. Sense of Wisdom was impressive enough behind DeLorean after being hemmed away on the inside. The runs didn't appear when he needed them late in the piece. He should get a genuine enough tempo here. He's a winning hope. Wessel the Grey, the son of Dark Angel for Ben Cohen and Michael Costa. He's drawn a little wide here, but he makes a return here to Meydan. We haven't seen him here this season so far. He's been down the track his last couple, so they're trying their luck here on the turf once again. Arguably his best result this preparation has been at Abu Dhabi on the grass. Four is Cordova. Dylan McMonigal rides here for Georges Michaelides and Al Wasmia Racing. 2 wins from 18 starts, stepping up in trip here after contesting over 7 the last few starts in Doha. Number 5 is Deciduous. He's a horse that can go over a much further trip than this. He's stepping back in trip this time around. He drops back here. Bernardo Pinheiro riding for Salam bin Gadaya. He's a horse who'll be looking for a genuine tempo up in front, and the speed map suggests that he should get it. Six is Qatab, Abdulaziz Al-Balushi for Ali Al-Badwawi. Beaten by 2 1/4 lengths by Venetian Style last start at Abu Dhabi over 2,400 metres. Comes here to a much bigger track this time around and back to a 1-turn race. Poster Paint wears the yellow cap here for Chantal Sutherland. Suited and Booted Racing and the Falcon Racing team. Bupat Seema trains. Comes out of a good gate and looks one of the likely leaders in the event. 8 Valdivia, probably one of the more lighter raced horses here. Only the 7 starts to his name so far. Last start beaten a distance on the dirt. Returns back to the turf here where we saw him 2 starts ago. Interesting aspect to the race here. Draws well. Cosmic Desert was 4th last time to the races. Has had the last few runs at Jebel Ali on the dirt. Returns to the turf here for tonight's race. The son of New Approach steps out for career start number 21. Gareth comes out of the same race there as a few of these behind, Thundering on the turf over 2,400. Drops back in trip here. Khalid Al-Balushi will do the riding here, claiming 3 kilograms for Ahmed bin Hamish. Stormy Waves, the son of Dubawi, draws the ace here, the one-time winner from 8 starts. Javier Ziani rides off the rating of 82. Thirteen is Comet Chaser, the son of New Bay. Lightly raced, only the 2 starts for a 2nd placing. That was at Chelmsford City in a novice back in October of last year. He makes his UAE debut this evening. Václav Janacek will ride for Guillermo Ares Correda here on board Shamran, who's had the 1 start here, beaten a distance behind DeLorean over 1,900 metres. He steps up in trip here, 2nd up in the UAE. 15 is Venetian Style, the last start winner. He was a nice performer going on to win at a price in Abu Dhabi last time out. He drops back in trip here to the 2,000 metres, and we'll be hoping to continue on with it after contesting that 0 to 85 last start. He draws a middle alley. 16 is Berkshire Nugget, drawn 16, but does have the speed to find the front. Will cop a little more pressure on the speed map than what we saw last time out, but was able to be in the finish after doing it on both ends last start. Certainly one to keep a close eye on with the lightweight. 12 Legend of Khan will be the final horse to greet the parade ring, and will be out a little later than the rest as the runners load up for race 2.
So time for the PHI Advertising Best Turned Out Horse Award for race 2, and it has gone to horse number 6, Kathab. Kathab looked after by Laddu Singh, who is in the winner's enclosure now, alongside PHI Advertising General Manager Mohammed Modesty making the presentation now to Laddu Singh. Congratulations to Kathab Laddu Singh, and our deep thanks to PHI Advertising for their generous sponsorship of the Best Turned Out Horse Award. Smiles all round. So let's start focusing on some of the leading contenders for this, our second race of the night, the Lincoln Corsair race. A reminder, it's over 2,000 metres on the turf, worth 175,000 dirhams, and we're looking at Sense of Wisdom, one of the runners in the race for Bhupat Seema. Pat Cosgrave is in the saddle on this 6-year-old son of Shamadal. He wasn't beaten that far, a couple of lengths in a handicap here a couple of seasons ago. His best effort since came when he was about a length behind here last month. That looked a pretty good race, so looking at the quality of this contest, he'd have to be considered from a decent draw in stall number 5. Is a horse who will have a very good chance. You would think that's Venetian style, because he comes into this race off the back of winning last time out. That was up to 1.5 miles at Abu Dhabi just over a week or so ago. A few horses who reopposed today were in behind, and it's possible that Venetian style might just have turned the corner with that performance at Abu Dhabi, but obviously he's gone up in the handicap for that performance, and he's coming back in trip today. So a couple of question marks, but at least you know that he's in decent form. Horse number 12 is Legend of Can, who is being ponied down to the start, managed to win here last month, caused a bit of a shock after a couple of very disappointing runs at Abu Dhabi and Jebel Ali, once on the turf and once on the dirt, by winning under Sylvester D'Souza, tonight's rider here at Meydan last month, where he picked up Lunatic, just winning by a neck on that occasion, Legend of Can. And he's, again, the fact that he comes into this competitive race off the back of a win, you'd have to consider him one of the possibles as a likely winner. Horse number 5 is Deciduous, has just been resaddled. I think he got a little bit warm on the way down to the start under Bernardo Pinheiro. I thought Deciduous would have a decent chance. He probably is best over 1.5 miles, but I think there will go a good gallop in this race. I think there are a fair few horses that like to get on with it, and if that is indeed the case, in terms of what happens from the gates, I think they'll go fast enough to allow horses that see out this 10-furlong trip, maybe get a little bit further to finish off strongly at the end of the race. And I think that will suit Deciduous. He's drawn in stall 2, so expect a patient ride from Bernardo Pinheiro, and then you want to hope for a bit of luck in the closing stages. Horse number 16 is Berkshire Nugget, who ran really well last time out when he nearly made all the running. He's gone up a few pounds in the handicap, but on this occasion he's got another tough draw to deal with. He's in stall 16, and there are 1 or 2 horses in this race that would also like to make the pace or at least be handy. So it may be quite a hard task to try and repeat that. If he settles and he finishes off his race, then he'll be in with a shout. But if he races in the same style as last time, then his chance may be compromised with a battle for the pace. Just going forward is market leader, one of the market leaders, Sense of Wisdom. And a lot of people think he might be the one to beat. So I'm hoping for a good run from Deciduous, but he may need a little bit of luck in running. Let's head up and join Pat for the call.
So about 5 more to load forward. Here is Cosmic Desert, loads up along with Venetian Style. Thank you very much, Rishi. We've got a couple more to be brought up along with Stormy Waves, who's got the barrier blanket applied. Cordova, the Qatari, who's made his way over here. Stormy Waves just getting a little fractious here behind the start. And Berkshire Nugget, who's going to have to do it all from 16. Having a look in there, we've had one winner from since October 2017 out of 16. So up against it from a stats perspective, but certainly has the speed to make an impression here from the front if he's able to get across here under Ray Dawson. Berkshire Nugget locks away. 2,000 metres here for the Lincoln Corsair. Away. Berkshire Nugget jumped with them. Cordova the same. Gareth working through the middle of the line along with Shamran. Then came Poster Paint, who's going to work up from 3 with Stormy Waves. That's your first division. Cosmic Desert in behind them from Legend of Khan, Venetian Style as they head out onto the course proper. From next in running, Valdivia, Sense of Wisdom off the fence. From Katab, Wessel, Natural World. Deciduous third to last. Cordova snicks back to the end along with Comet Chaser. It's Berkshire Nugget off the fence who leads them here as they head in search of the 1,400 metres. From Poster Paint along with the Stormy Waves in third, who box seats. Gareth the 1-1. Legend of Khan posted out a little wide here, kept out by Venetian Style. Cosmic Desert the rail. Next was Valdivia from Shamran. It was half a length to Sense of Wisdom, who's happy to sit off the fence for now. Katab next from Deciduous on the fence, buried away. Length and a half back to Natural World from Comet Chaser. Wessel out to second to last, and the Qatari visitor in Cordova sees them all and is the whipper-innerer. Inside the 900 they travel here. They haven't broken outside of 12 seconds yet. They've just been creeping underneath it. Poster Paint and Chantel Sutherland lead them along up in front here as they head down the side of the course. Gareth now up to second. Berkshire Nugget throws up the white flag. Passed by Stormy Waves, Legend of Khan. Then came Cosmic Desert, Venetian Style worked upon from Valdivia, Shamran, Sense of Wisdom close enough. Then came Katab from Comet Chaser, Wessel out to the end, Deciduous in an impossible position. And next there was Cordova as they make their way into the straight here. It's neck up in front. Poster Paint tried to run on. Plenty of runs though. Natural World with a big run from the back. Look at Natural World. Natural World's come with a big run. Poster Paint, Katab, Comet Chaser has been brought down here in the run. Natural World here with 100 to go. Valdivia working through. Katab, it's Valdivia, Katab trying late. Valdivia maybe Valdivia and Katab a photo finish. Natural World next over from Sense of Wisdom. Cosmic Desert then came. Next over there was Sense of Wisdom from Stormy Waves, Valdivia, Wessel. Then came Venetian Style, who may have broken down here as well, unfortunately. Next over was Legend of Khan from Shamran, Wessel, Deciduous. Then came Gareth, Berkshire Nugget. Well, we can see that Comet Chaser is up and running. But having a look here as well on the track, and Audrey de Vries down on the course here. We will keep you informed with more to come. But sensation here in the second event. Valdivia and Katab. Valdivia is going to scrape in by a short head. Valdivia from Katab. Numbers across the line are going to be 8-6-1. And you'll find Cosmic Desert will run into fourth here, 8-6-1-9. Not the end that you want here in race number 2, but we'll have more information to come very, very shortly here. Valdivia, the winner in the second.
Awful incident in the closing stages. We will bring you whatever news we can as soon as possible. But in the closing stages, it was Valdivia who put his head down in front just before the line in the colours of Sultan Ali for Ahmad bin Amash and Connor Beasley. Kathab down on the inside, finished off quite nicely. Has just about got second. Natural World finished off well on the outside. There was good pace. Horses managed to come out from the back. But having said that, Poster Paint, who was quite handy through the majority of the races, managed to not be beaten far in the end. Poster Paint actually finished sixth. Sense of Wisdom, who was at the back, managed to make up a bit of ground, finished back in 5th, but Valdivia is the one who has got home best of all. Valdivia, who disappointed on the dirt last time out behind Guns and Glory. We're hearing that Venetian Style was pulled up, but on first observations he appears to be okay, and we will bring you whatever news we can about Comet Chaser and Adria de Vries when we get that through to us.
Numbers in the second event here, 8619, 861N9. Valdivia, your winner, 202.22. The winner's time there, 202.22. Numbers once again, 861 and 9 here in race number 2. And the margins are short head by a half length.
Well, we're seeing Comet Chaser coming back, so that is at least some positive news after that horrible incident in the home straight. Comet Chaser just trotting back with one of the outriders here at Meydan after falling in the home straight. We will let you know as soon as we get any more information about the welfare of his rider, Adria de Vries. We're just hearing that he is up on his feet. Adria de Vries is up on his feet. So 2 bits of positive news. And now we can welcome back the winner of the Lincoln Corsair race, a son of de Marchelier out of Secret Quality, owned by Sultan Ali, trained by Ahmed bin Amash, winner by Connor Beasley. A round of applause for Valdivia.
I needed to go for the gap when I did, otherwise I wouldn't have gone.
Connor Beasley just weighing in after the success of Valdivia, a 29th win of the season. Connor, your thoughts on that performance, which it got very tight, very messy in the closing stages?
Listen, it was a messy race all the way, to be honest. 16 runners with the rail pushed out, you know, tightened the track up a lot. So, listen, my fella travelled away lovely. Got the splits, but obviously the lead horse just started to hang then, which probably caused a little bit of the interference. But listen, he's stuck his neck out all the way to the line, and very pleased with him.
How much are you aware of all the melee that's going on around you in the closing stages like that as an athlete competing?
Listen, it was, like I say, from start to finish, it was a rough enough race. We were racing tight enough, and but you know, you just sort of trying to keep yourself safety and as well as your colleagues, you know. But yeah, hopefully Adri's all right, and yeah.
Thank you, Connor. Well done.
Thank you.
we are going to give away a prize of 500 dirhams to the winner of Faces at the Races. All you need to do, yep, you know it, you know what you've got to do. Let's see those smiles, Meydan. It's Valentine's Day, so we've got to see happy, loving smiles. Let's see what you've got up your sleeve, or indeed on those chops. Let's see who's got the best smile that we can find to pick up your prize of 500 dirhams. And then all you have to do is make your way to Gate C and the reward center to pick up your prize of 500 dirhams. I think we might have found our first winner of the night. Congratulations. And appropriately, she's made a love heart for us along with her smile. Congratulations. You are our first winner of Faces at the Races.
Race number 3 for the evening as we head back into the parade is the Lincoln Nautilus race for 175,000. Let's head into the parade.
Number 1 is Awab for Danny Tudhope and Masaba El Mahiri. He's had the 1 win on debut. Dropping back in class here over the distance that he won at here once again as 7 furlongs. Last contesting a Group 3 over a mile. Race didn't go to plan, but he drops very sharply in class to a never won 2, and he looks the horse to beat on paper. Desert Shield comes into the race here. He was a Jebel Ali maiden contender. He'll be much more suited here to Meydan, you'd say. Pat Dobbs will ride for Simon and Ed Crisford. Coming into this race here with a little fitness under the belt with that run, but has been away. This will be the first run for 2025. So a little bit of an unknown, but an interesting element to the race. Seven is Golden Redemption. Richard Mullen for Bhupat Seema and Mr. Saeed Sahel has had the 3 runs to date, including a second to Nougal on debut. Has been slightly down the track on both of those other occasions. Back to 1400 here at Meydan should be the most suitable track and trip that he's contested since that debut win, a debut runner-up result. Mania is the next horse, dropping back in trip from the debut start of 1600 metres. Was beaten a distance by Heart of Honour on that occasion. Comes into a slightly easier contest here, and Lorenzo Puzzulu jumps on board, claiming 3. Ten is Nadawi. And we'll have a potential, we'll keep an eye on the rider here very shortly, whether or not Ardrey will be fulfilling the ride here aboard Nadawi. Not too sure at the moment, would say maybe not, so we'll get the updated rider soon. But Nadawi draws the ace here. He's had the 5 starts for a 3rd to date. 11 Political Truth. Debut beaten a distance by Moonblade. That was a week ago. Coming into this race off the quick backup and looking to make its presence a little bit more felt here down in trip. So take note, number 10, Nadawi, to be partnered now here by Silvestre de Souza. The rider change here for race number 3. Here is number 3, Casino Bay, the son of complexity. Pat Cosgrave will ride here for Casino Forge, and was looking and will be looking to improve on that last start performance there. Was caught a little wide in the race with a more favourable run in transit. We should see an improved run here by Casino Bay. Here is Maestro Del Mar. He'll make his way into the parade here. It was wide over 1900 metres. He drops back sharply in trip to 1400. Was sent to the front and unfortunately wasn't to be after being caught deep there in that debut run. He'll be looking for an improved run, and we'll need a little luck though from gate number 8. So the last 2 horses to have a look at will be the 2 Sir Harmony and the 5 in Diamond Dealer, and they look like late entrants to the parade, so stand by, but the rest of those horses are about to make their way out onto the course. Here's number 5 in Diamond Dealer. Bhupat Seema and Tiger O'Shea combine with Mr. Vaibhav Shah, the 3-year-old son of Lord Nelson. He comes into this race here on the quick backup as well, and was caught wide last time out. The step down in trip here to 1400 metres may see him race a little more kind, and draws a much better gate for today's race. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, take note, a rider change here. Sylvester de Souza now on board for Adri de Vries in race number 3. As for whether or not Adri will fulfill his remaining rides for the rest of the night, we will be advised very shortly, but we will keep you advised up to date race by race for these rider changes throughout the night so far. But Sylvester de Souza partnering Nadawi here in race number 3.
One of the winner, one with 20 seconds, really, honestly.
And last but not least, Sir Harmony. He was a winner 2 starts ago, coming in off a geld. Then the following start, unsuccessful up in class. He returns here to Meydan, and Ahmed bin Hamish and Connor Beasley combine here once again and looking to pick up race-to-race double here with the success of Valdivia. Sir Harmony, the final horse to look at for race number 3.
PHI Advertising powering the best turned out horse award today at Meydan. And in our third race has gone to number 3, Casino Bay, looked after by Ikram Ahmed, who is currently walking in to the winner's enclosure right now to meet Mohamed Morsi and receive his prize. There they are, greeting each other. Our thanks to PHI Advertising for their generous sponsorship of this award. And well done to Ikram Ahmed for producing Casino Bay in mint condition ahead of race 3. Now let's take a look at some of the runners for our third race, the Lincoln Nautilus race, worth 175,000 dirhams, over 1,400 metres on the dirt. We're looking at Diamond Dealer, who finished 5th here at Meydan last time. Go back to his run at the beginning of November, at the start of this season. You heard Tiger Shea mention when I spoke to him earlier on tonight. That was an encouraging first effort. Obviously, he was behind Awab, who's going to be hard to beat today. But he didn't go forward from that run with 2 efforts at Jebel Ali. A little bit better last time out. I think he'll need to step forward, obviously, enormously. But if you go back to that first run, then maybe there's hope of at least giving Awab a race. And here is the horse that the international markets have at a very short price. This is the favourite, Awab, and understandably so. First time up, beat Diamond Dealer comfortably. Second run was a bit disappointing at the beginning of January, but then he came back and ran a bit better in the UE 2000 Guineas behind Golden Vekoma and Heart of Honour. Feel really well strung out, got an idea of just how good some of those horses are. And he's obviously dropping back in trip 200 metres, which I think will suit him. I think Awab is going to take all the beating. He's drawn in stall 9, which is not often a positive, but he is the class act in this race, and he is the one they all have to beat. Number 2 is Sir Harmony for Ahmed Bin Amash and Conor Beasley, already on the scorecard after the success of Valdivia in our previous race. Sir Harmony did manage to win at Jebel Ali. That was over 1,200 metres when he beat Military Order. Outside of that performance, he's produced some really average efforts, and obviously he was also a long way behind Awab here in November. So by all accounts, he will have to improve significantly, but at least he goes into this race with 1 win under his belt. Another for Bhupat Seema in this race is horse number 3, Casino Bay, who's drawn in stall 10. Pat Cosgrave is in the saddle. He's run twice. He's been beaten a long way in both those runs, but he looks like a slow project in terms of time. Just have to see how he gets on. Hopefully each run he has will bring on a little bit of improvement for this son of complexity. Horse number 4 is Desert Shield, who had a run in the UK at Wolverhampton back in November, and it wasn't without promise. He was behind a good horse and good banter. After that, he came to the UE. He's had 1 run, and that was in Meydan at Jebel Ali, where he was beaten a long way behind Exculpation. Perhaps just settling in. Obviously, that was his first run on dirt, having run on an all-weather surface. So a little bit more time looks like will be required before we maybe see the best of Desert Shield. Another one of the outsiders is horse number 10, Nadawi. Ran on the turf last time out over a mile. Was beaten behind Halassan, a little bit outclassed on that occasion. His previous runs before that on the dirt have all suggested that it's been a bit of a struggle for him. Well beaten behind Symbol of Honor and Golden Vekoma, and that form leaves him with plenty to find with Awab. They are starting to load up. I'll give another mention to Golden Redemption, who I thought ran really well first time up in December here at Meydan when he was second to Nagul. Did everything right, just got run down by a horse finishing very strongly on that occasion. 2 runs since have been disappointing. There he is going forward. I thought he might run okay, but Awab, the class act in our third race. Pat.
Thank you, Rishi. I think he is back to a very familiar distance, a very impressive debutante win at this track and trip. And you'd say he's been put up against it. He's following 2 starts back here to a suitable trip, and all signs point to the fact that he'll be rock solid and prepared for this Awab. He is in gate number 8 here of 10. So we'll need a little luck from the draw, but he seems to be a horse going off his debut performance that against a certain company can sort of make his own luck here. As Political Truth loads away along with the Awab, Casino Bay to come up. And Casino Bay will load into 10 for Pat Cosgrave and complete the line here at the 1,400 metres for the Lincoln Nautilus
All brought to you by Altair Motors. Set for the third. And away. Political Truth slow, Mania the same, and Maestro Del Mar was half a stride out of it. First away was Sir Harmony with Nadawi. They pair off early from Diamond Dealer, who's going to tuck in behind them there, with next to him running there on the outside Desert Shield. Still a little wide at the moment with Diamond Dealer racing off the rail. Casino Bay improves through the inner. From Golden Redemption, Awab 3 deep and out of cover at the moment. Then came Maestro Del Mar, 5 lengths to Mania, scrubbed along with Political Truth. Pace is very good up in front here, and it is Sir Harmony who's going to go on and lead. They've gone 10-3 there and then 10-8-5, so they are rattling along. A length and 3/4 in advance of Nadawi. Diamond Dealer worked up and worked upon to improve here from Desert Shield. Awar beats into the margin here down the side from Casino Bay. They've dropped away from Golden Redemption, Mania. Then came Maestro Del Mar, who can't go with the hot speed, and Political Truth. It is Sir Harmony though, and he's a big winning contender now inside the 300, still trying to break away with 4 lengths in hand from Nadawi. Diamond Dealer. Awab's been outpaced. Here is Sir Harmony. He's had a geld 3 starts ago. He picked up a nice win here 2 starts ago at Jebel Ali. Nadawi tries to run on and Diamond Dealer, but they can do no more. Here is a second win for Sir Harmony, and back-to-back winners for Connor Beasley and Arvid bin Hamish. Nadawi second over, Diamond Dealer next from Mania. Awab plain and outpaced. Next over in running was Political Truth from Casino Bay. Then came Golden Redemption, Desert Shield, one of the last ones home, along with Maestro Del Mar. He'll need further than 1400. Connor Beasley and Ahmed bin Hamish, they just injected plenty of tempo into the race here, and Sir Harmony just beat them with raw pace. 124.89 he stops the clock at here. 3 3/4 lengths by a length and 3/4, our unofficial margins here. Sir Harmony has just made it an impossible test for any of these to make any impressions late. Nadawi has stuck on well to run into second at a price overseas. Diamond Dealer holds on for third, and Awab, well, the race just didn't go to plan, did it? He was caught wide in a small field for a good chunk of it, and Sir Harmony and a few of these leading were off and gone before he could make any impressions. Race 3, the Lincoln Nautilus race, goes to Sir Harmony.
Well, that's caught 1 or 2 people by surprise, but maybe not connections, because it was ridden with a lot of confidence by Connor Beasley, using that 6 furlong speed that he showed when he won at Jebel Ali earlier in the season. And he had everything on the stretch. Pat mentioned the sectionals during the race. We thought that might have given hope to those who supported Awab picking them up, but he never really fired on the wrong lead in the home straight as well, Awab. But it is Sir Harmony with a second career win, the second win of the evening for Connor Beasley and Ahmed bin Hamish. Fine run from Nadawi, backing up his good run behind Halassan last time out on the turf. He was another one who was towards the head of affairs early on. And Diamond Dealer, another who sat in the first 3 or 4 horses, has filled one of the first 3 places. Diamond Dealer finishing back in third for Bupat Sima and Tygo Shea. Awab, in fairness to him, of all the horses held up at the back, he's the only one who's made up a little bit of ground, but it was nothing significant, and nothing could land a blow on the speedy Sir Harmony. Connor Beasley still travelling okay as they turn for home, and he just had everything else out of their comfort zone after 6 furlongs of the race. And into the final furlong, he was probably getting tired, understandably so, because of those fractions that he set, but he was kept up to his work by Connor Beasley, who's now securing a 30th win of this UAE campaign. It is Sir Harmony who wins the Lincoln Nautilus race, race number 3.
Those numbers there in race number 3, 2:10, 5 and 1. 2:10, 5 and 1. Winner's time 1:24.89. Margins 3 1/4 by 1 1/2 here. Numbers 2:10, 5 and 1 in race number 3.
It's time to welcome back the winner of our third race, the Lincoln Nautilus race. A 3-year-old chestnut gelding by Speitster out of Woodland Harmony, owned by Hamdan Sultan Ali Al Sabusi, trained by Ahmad bin Hamash, ridden by Connor Beasley. A second win this evening for the pair, trainer and jockey. A round of applause and time to salute Sir Harmony. Second win of the night for Connor Beasley. And this time, in contrast to the first race, Connor, less trouble through the race and actually looked very simple, was it?
Yeah, listen, he's a horse we've always had in high regard from day one. But, you know, he won nicely up the hill and then sort of didn't back it up. But he's a horse with plenty of ability. He just, you know, he just needs to grow up a little bit mentally. But today there, he was a lot better. He jumped, travelled good, you know, and got the job done nicely. So, no, delighted for him to get his head back in front. Obviously, that's twice he's won there this season. So, you know, whatever he does this season is only a bonus. And next year, I think next season he'll be a nice horse.
That's 30 for you for the season. How do you sum it up?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I had some real good winners along the way. Obviously, President's Cup, which kicked it off at Abu Dhabi, and then winning the Guineas. So, yeah, busy couple of weekends coming up. Obviously, we've got Qatar tomorrow, Saudi the week after, so, and then Super Saturday the week after. So, no, it'd be nice to keep the ball rolling, and you know, every win is a bonus.
Absolutely, keep that winning run going. Well done.
Thank you.
And correct weight is given in race 3, 2:10, 5 and 1. Correct weight in the Lincoln Nautilus race. Your winner, Sir Harmony.
And it's time for the presentation for our third race of the night here at Meydan, the Lincoln Nautilus race. And once again, our deepest thanks to Altai Motors for their generous sponsorship of tonight's 8-race card at Meydan. Altai Motors, one of the pillar partners of Meydan and the Dubai Racing Club. And we are delighted to welcome to the stage Sami Malkawi, Managing Director, Ford and Lincoln, to make the presentation for this, our third race. A terrific performance from Sir Harmony, giving a second win tonight for trainer Ahmed bin Hamash and jockey Connor Beasley in the colours of Mr. Hamdan Sultan Ali Al Sabusi. Will you please put your hands together, receiving on behalf of the winning team, once again, it is young Mohammed bin Hamash. Race is the Lincoln Aviator race. It's for the speedsters, 5 furlongs on the turf. Important thing to remember about speedsters is they've got to be powerful. Most of them have lots of muscle, lots of strength, especially in their backsides, and that's where the power comes from. Have a look at horse number 4. This is Soul of Chess. He's by a sire called Gutafan, who's also a grey like he is. But look at the strength of his body. He's got enormous strength through his shoulders that carries all the way through his main part of his body and all the way into the back end of him. he's got enormous amount of power. Now, what he hasn't got is any form recently. He just hasn't quite managed to use that power in the right direction for whatever reason at the moment. It's not working out too well for dear old Solar Chess. But hopefully today we might see something better. He was pretty disappointing on his last run. That was on the dirt at Jebel Ali. Let's drop back and find horse number 2, who's just been saddled up behind me, and that's Marco Cole, one of the runners for Julio Orozquaga. He's got a lovely coat on him, and we can also have a look at his on his back end. He's got the Dubai Racing Club stencil used, and so we can have a good look at the fact. I think they're trying to win best turned out, aren't they? That won't wash with us. We're too neutral. But who knows, eh? Who knows? But again, he's smaller. He's got a lot of power in his back end, a little bit lighter in his shoulders in comparison to Solar Chess, and a little bit lighter from the head, from the shoulders to the neck and up to the head. But this Marco Cole is another horse who's really been struggling for form, and I'm afraid that's what we'll be saying about a few of the runners in this race. Unfortunately, there are a few runners in this race that just haven't been showing their best form recently, and that's where the real struggle is. Just have a quick look over there at horse number 11. Again, talking about sprinters, and that's great news. He's a son of Shamadal, who of course was the sire of one of the best sprinters we've seen out here for some time in Blue Point. And I thought great news on his best form again might be interesting, but again, another horse that hasn't really been in tremendous form. The horses, there's Cedric, he's just called them out. You ready for them to go out? And once Cedric says it's time to go, we've got to go.
Race number 4 here for the evening as we get further into our night. The Lincoln Aviator race for over 1,000 metres here on turf. Nice big field. Let's get into them. Number 2 is Marco Cole, the son of Star Spangled Banner. Lorenzo Puzzulu claims 3 kilos here for Julio Orozquaga. Dropping back here from a 0 to 95 at Abu Dhabi last start. Heads down the straight here, and we'll be hoping to improve here off the last start performance. Marco Cole. Number 3 is Ocean Runner. Draws a little out in 11, but finally gets probably a more suitable race here in the UAE on a flatter surface and onto the grass.
has got 62 kilos here, and Danny Tudhope rides. Has had some wins already for the connections down the straight with Sim. They'll be looking to replicate with Ocean Runner off the rating of 80. 4 is the Norwegian in Soul of Chess. The entire by Gutaifen was beaten a distance by Royal Commando at Jebel Ali. Has yet to have a run down the straight here at Meydan. Again, the switch to turf, much like Ocean Runner, along with the switch to a flatter surface, may see him improve here. And the fitness should be no issue whatsoever. We head back to the top of the order now for number 1, Celtic Voyager. Richard Mullen and Mohamed Mardood combined here. He's drawn out wide, the 8-year-old gelding, looking to return hopefully to some old form. We haven't seen him at his best for quite some time. Number 5, Enchanted Life. Bernardo Pinheiro and Salim bin Gadaya, beaten a distance by Major Cinnamon at Jebel Ali last start. Ran here down the straight at Meydan over 1,000 2 starts ago, and was down the track on that occasion also. As a result, going off recent form, he would need to improve going off what we've seen so far, but a slightly better result at Meydan, considering that that was in listed company when he faced a field here 2 starts ago. Matt Lube will appreciate a switch back over to the turf here. Last seen on the turf when contesting in the UK at York back in August of 2023. Back to a preferred surface, and Ben Cohen rides from a middle gate. Million Doro's yet to break through with a win. Has had 5 minor placings in 8 starts. 3rd to Guarani last time at Jebel Ali in Meydan company. This looks slightly tougher. Al Muzan looks another winning hope. Went to Jebel Ali last time out, was beaten a neck on that occasion. Has run 2nd his last 2 starts. Provided he can find a nice spot in the centre of the course, he should be giving a sight at the end of the race. Laguna Boy is a new addition here for Opulence Thoroughbreds in the UAE. Tygo Shea and Bupat Seema combine. Last seen at Kempton back in October of 2024, over 1,200 metres. Probably looking for a little bit more ground, but a nice starting point for this son of Sioux Nation. Here's Rain du Ciel for Ingrid Koplakova. Vaslav Janacek will do the riding. Drawn 16, which will make it slightly tough. And tough to line up the form here, coming into this with some unknown form lines, which don't really line up with too much else. So a bit of an unknown here. Rain du Ciel will learn plenty more here after this start. $11 is Great News, contesting over 1,000 at Jebel Ali last time out, beaten a distance by Billy Webster. Hasn't had a start since the 16th of November, so first up off a freshen up with a claim. Hopefully the claim aids his chances here. Up against it off a rating of 71. A few of these down the bottom here pretty much rated out of it, but they would need to run a really good race to be winning this. Split the profit. 7 minor placings from 21 starts, yet to break through for the win. 1,000-metre specialist though, and the best run of the campaign so far has come at Meydan, so hopefully we see him improve again. Hobble Salam will run here as well for Mohamed Mardood, and we welcome Libyan jockey Adel Al-Kiadi to the races here tonight. He jumps aboard this runner here, who was down the track behind Guarani at Jebel Ali last start. 1,000 metres, question mark might be whether or not it's too short for him, but the first start at Jebel Ali over 1,000 was the littlest margin that he's been beaten by in his 4 starts to date. So that's promising signs there if he's able to find some of that form. 15 is Tajdif, Jules Mobian for Maitha El Suwaidi. behind Expert Choice at Abu Dhabi last time out over 1,400 metres. This is a sharp drop in trip for him. Blue Burton for Lucci Body and Andrew Slattery. Another one dropping sharply in distance to 1,000 metres tonight. Changing it up after a failed attempt over a mile last start. Ironside gains a start in the field for Hamad Al Basaidi, already with a winner tonight. Son of Invincible Spirit was beaten quite a ways by Guarani last time out at Jebel Ali, and switches back to Meydan here onto the turf, but would need to find some form from the old days here. Hasn't found the winning post up in the first few in quite some time, so up against it. Runners heading to post.
It is time for the PHI Advertising Best Turned Out Horse Award for race 4. It's gone to number 5, Enchanted Life, who's looked after by Sharafat Ali, who's in the winner's enclosure now alongside Mohamed Morsi, the general manager of PHI Advertising. And I guarantee you that Sharafat Ali will be smiling. And the reason why is because he's always winning the Best Turned Out Horse Award. Whenever he comes to Meydan, you're almost guaranteed that Sharafat Ali will be walking away with one of those prizes courtesy of PHI Advertising. Well done, Sharafat Ali, and our thanks to PHI Advertising. Well, we can have a look at the horses down at the start. And by the way, horse number 5, the best turned out, Enchanted Life, just being resaddled down at the start. We'll pick up horse number 8, Al Muzn. Wasn't a bad sort of horse in the UK. Used to be with the Roger Varian team. Has been running pretty well for Salman Al Sabri, running 2 good races. Or the run last time in particular at Jebel Ali was a pretty good effort on the dirt. And prior to that, although he ran well, he was beaten a long way behind Tawala here at Meydan. Both those starts over 5 furlongs. He is one of the horses that brings a decent level of form recently into this race, which is perhaps one of the key elements. You won't find many horses in this race who bring decent level of form recently. So that's got to be a big reason why Al Muzn will make the shortlist for this upcoming Lincoln Aviator race. Horse number 3 is Ocean Runner, drawn in stall 11, next to Al Muzn, who's in 12. Looks on really good terms with himself, Ocean Runner. He had a couple of runs in the UK, used to be with Charlie Appleby. That was in 2023. since switching to Musaba Al-Mahiri. He's had 2 runs on the dirt, both at Jebel Ali, once over 6 furlongs, and then not too bad last time over 5. I think this 5 furlongs back on the turf is more in his wheelhouse, so to speak, and he's got Danny Tudhope on board. A few jockeys ride a straight course anywhere in the world as well as Danny Tudhope, and Ocean Runner is certainly on the short list, getting a little bit warm in the neck, but it is a warmish, muggy evening here at Meydan. Very shortly, the runners will started the loading up process. We're seeing horse number 2, Marker Cole, which I think, again, recent form, not great. One I wanted to mention was number 6, Matt Lube. Mentioned him when I was chatting away to my pal Pat Comerford earlier on, saying just on pedigree and his form in the UK, I can see Matt Lube at some point coming to the fore. His most recent form, admittedly, on the dirt, hasn't been hugely encouraging for Michael Costa, but back on the turf, it's a possibility. He spied Dark Angel out of Shangshan, who was a very good sprinter for Wes Ward a few years ago. And obviously Dark Angel, an influence of speed primarily. And I wouldn't be surprised if Lube picked up a bit of form sooner rather than later. But he does have to prove that it's all still there because form hasn't been particularly encouraging. Just the last few horses have arrived down at the post, and by the way, 12 or Split the Prophet and 8 Al Muzan are in very similar colours, but just to remind you that 12 Split the Prophet will be wearing the white cap, and it is the dark blue, black, or for Al Muzan, horse number 8. So if you are on the side of one of the market leaders, Al Muzan, look out for the dark cap as opposed to Split the Prophet, who is in the white cap. So I think we've covered the ones that we believe will be on the short list. Ocean Runner, certainly one of those. I like Matt Lube as well. I'll put him in, as well as Al Muzan. You can understand why all those horses are on the short list of contenders for this, our 4th race. But it's time very shortly for the call, so let's head up and join Pat.
Thank you, Rishi. Yes, Simon Al Sabri's 2 runners went down with white caps, so Al Muzan wearing, well, not a cap at all, to be fair, just the black helmet there of Silvestre de Souza. Here is Ocean Runner coming up into line. Joining the field along with the Split the Prophet. Here is Al Muzan, as you can see the black helmet exposed. Ironside, the emergency, gains a start here for Hamid Al Basaidi, already with a winner tonight. Million Doro's been loaded away with Laguna Boy. Here's Tajduf, drawn a little sticky in 14. Habor Salam still yet to load away with the Celtic Voyager, so both of Mohammed Mardoud's runners yet to be brought up. Here is Great News. There's Celtic Voyager. We're looking to turn back the clock here, the 8-year-old. Only a couple more. Matt Lube, Marker Cole, Rene Duciel will be brought up into line shortly. And will be set to start. This is the Lincoln Aviator for 175,000. Over the 1,000 metres here, they're going to go fast. We've got 16 to get through here. Rene Duciel, Marker Cole, the last. Set now. Habor Salam brought forward. Ironside, a little fractious. Ready. And away. Enchanted Life was fast out, along with Matlube. Al Muzin split the profit the far side. Million Doro works up with Laguna Boy. Then came Hobble Salam third from Celtic Voyager in the first 4 or 5. Great news next from Marca Cole. Rene Duciel over on the near side here, starting to improve, along with Al Muzin midfield. Then came Enchanted Life back to about 10th from Split the Profit, Ocean Runner, Soul of Chess. Back in the field in the run there. Back there, further back was Celtic Voyager, along with out to the end Ironside. It is Marca Cole, the leader, with Put Zulu in the saddle here, trying to steal it from the front here as well. He's got a nice break of 3 or 4 lengths on Matlube, Hobble Salam, Million Doro, Al Muzin from the back, along with Ocean Runner. Up in front though, Marca Cole could have stolen this here. Marca Cole with 4 lengths in hand from a fast finishing Al Muzin, Matlube, Million Doro. He's wayward in the late stages, but Marca Cole by a length and a half. Al Muzin over second from Matlube, Million Doro, Photo for fourth. Next over there was Split the Profit along with Enchanted Life. Then came Ocean Runner, Soul of Chess. Next over Hobble Salam from next in running this was looking over there, the boys, Laguna Boy, Rene Du Soleil, great news. Tajdif was in the back along with Blue Burton and Ironside. Marca Cole, he's just beaten him for speed here. Lorenzo Puzzulu goes on to pick up the win, a Norwegian-based Italian rider, and he's been able to get the win here for Julio Olajuara. Stealing it from the front here. Al Muzin just could not reel him in there in the late stages. I'll tell you what, he had plenty in hand. He was very wayward there in the final part of the race. 58.11 they have gone here in the 1,000-metre event. 58.11. in race number 4 for the evening. So that is our Lincoln Aviator race over the 1,000 metres, and number 2, Marca Cole, is in the frame, and the Norwegian counterpart Carlos Lopez just giving Lorenzo a bit of a high five on the way back. A big moment for the young man. He picks up his first win at Meydan.
With a terrific front-running ride as well, Pat, on Marca Cole, who got away quite well, but within a furlong or so had established himself in the lead on his side of the track, and then very quickly started putting a lot of distance between himself and his rivals towards the middle of the track. And then look at the runners on the far side. They're up with him at the moment, but very shortly, approaching the halfway stage, he's got a gap on the whole field now. He's got them all strung out when they come to the 2 furlong pole. Have a look to the left and you'll see Al Muzin in the 4 white socks or with the 4 white bandages starting to make ground a little bit late in the day. Next to him in the yellow colours is Matlube, who's run a pretty good race back on turf. That was encouraging. To the outside on the left of picture, Ocean Runner couldn't really land a blow. Marca Cole getting tired in the closing stages, but certainly this was more like the Marca Cole of old rather than the one that we've seen recently, where he was quite well beaten on his last few starts. But on this occasion, Lorenzo Puzzulu has been very positive and allowed Marca Cole to stride on. Fairness, kind of won the race halfway through it, where he was 3 or 4 lengths clear, everything else hard at work. And even though he was drifting to his left, the right, as we look at the head-on in the closing stages, there was just too much ground for the others to make up, and he's won pretty comfortably. Million Doro to the right in the white cap, drawn in 1, has run an okay, but never really looked like he was in with a chance of winning.
Those numbers there in the Lincoln Aviator race, 2.86 and 7. 2.86 and 7, Marca Cole, 58.11. Margins 1 1/4 by a half length, race 4.
We welcome back the winner of our 4th race, the Lincoln Aviator race. 4-year-old bay gelding by Star Spangled Banner out of Mrs. Gallagher. Owned by Sheikh Abdulaziz bin Humaid Al Nuaimi. Trained by Julio Olajuara, ridden by Lorenzo Puzzulu. Congratulations to Connections of Marca Cole! Well, there are a few people on the rails just cheering away for Lorenzo. You got your fan club here.
Yeah, someone is cheering for me, yeah.
Tell me about that race, first of all. Let's deal with the performance and what you thought around the halfway stage.
Yeah, look, I see the previous race of this horse and I thought he would have had good chance because he dropped a little bit in handicap and then he had the claim 3 kilos. I thought he would help, and he did, actually.
And you're winning your first race here at Meydan. The smile on your face is giving us an indication of what you're feeling, but it's much better when you can tell us.
Yeah, look, it's a tough game, as we know, and especially here with all the top guys. And yeah, I've been looking for it for a while now. And thanks to the owner and Julio that give me the chance. You know, and yeah, someone is supporting me, so it's nice to have a winner, my first winner in the UAE, and to have it here in Meydan. So it's amazing, you know. It's amazing feeling, you know.
There seems to be, you're a very popular guy. A lot of people wanting to congratulate you. They've all known what this means to you.
Yeah, a lot of people, you know. I've been here. It's not my first season here, so. I know a few people. It's my first season as an apprentice. So yeah, I know a few people, and yeah, they knew that I was looking for that for a while now. So they're happy for me. I'm happy for everyone. You know, that's for the trainer and the owner especially.
Well, hopefully you'll never forget this Valentine's Day.
Yeah.
Well done.
I will never. Thanks. Thank you.
And correct weight is given in the Lincoln Aviator race. Correct weight, 2, 8, 6 and 7. Correct weight.
And now it is time for the presentation for our fourth race of the evening, the Lincoln Aviator race. And once again, our thanks to Altair Motors for their generous sponsorship of tonight's 8-race card here at Meydan. We are delighted to welcome to the stage Mona Hassan Sadoun, Vice President, Customer Experience and Marketing, and vice versa. And Mona is making the presentation to connections of Markakol, a brilliant all-the-way winner in the Lincoln Aviator race, owned by Sheikh Abdulaziz bin Humaid Al Nuaimi, trained by Julio Olazquaga, and ridden a first winner at Meydan for Lorenzo Buzzulu. You please welcome to the stage to receive, on behalf of the winning team, Abdul Mamad, Abdul bin Khalifa, and the trainer, Julio Olazquaga. We are ready for our second edition tonight of Faces at the Races. Oh, we got some lovely faces at the races tonight. Have a look at those smiley faces. Everyone is happy. Love is in the air. Do, 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 do. It is Valentine's Day, everyone. We're all feeling the love, and now all we're asking is for some big, beautiful smiles. Let's see what you've got. Let's see what smiles you're going to give me. Like I've said before, smiling is all important. Even if you haven't got any teeth, you haven't got the best features that we want to sometimes see, all we want to know is what's coming out from inside your heart. And this man has got it all. Look at that smile on his face. He has won 500 dirhams. All he's got to do now is take that gorgeous Valentine's Day smile and make his way to Gate C, the reward center, to pick up his prize of 500 dirhams. Arms aloft for our Valentine's Day winner of Faces at the Races.
Number 5 is our next race on the program here, the Lincoln Presidential Race over the 1600 metres. Let's head into the parade for our first horse. Looks like we'll be starting with number 2 here, Mount Kosciuszko, the 6-year-old gelding by National Defence. Sky Racing with 2 in the race. This one to be partnered by Danny Tudhope for Julio Olajuara, looking for a race-to-race double. The stable running third to Syed last start up the hill at Jebel Ali, dropping back in trip here to the mile. 5 is our next horse, and that is Excel Power. Bernardo Pinheiro and Salim bin Gudaya combined. 59.5 kilograms, drawn slightly wide, the 7-year-old gelding by Slade Power. He's had the 1 start here and will hopefully be improving off that. Was down the track. 7 is next, and that is Roadblock, Oscar Chavez for Osoma Rafai. He hasn't seen Meydan for quite some time, contesting over 1,000 at Jebel Ali last time out in behind Royal Commando. This is a sharp increase in trip. Ten to be ridden here by Ray Dawson, military artist for Fauzi Nas and the Victorious stable. Beaten 17 lengths by O'Knight over 1,400 metres last time out. They're trying him over a little further. Number 3 is Magic Petition, Saif El Balushi for Ahmed bin Hamish, already with 2 winners tonight. The 1-time winner from 18 starts was beaten 4 1/4 lengths by Kanjar last time out at the races over 1,400 metres. He steps up in trip also. 4 is Atif, the 4-year-old gelding by Bodemeister. Pat Cosgrave will ride for Doug Watson. 2 wins from 6 starts to date, but all coming early in the career, has yet to figure in 4 runs. Number 1, El Raed, was impressive at the home track over a mile in a 0 to 85. Beating home goes to the Mambo by 3.5 lengths. This is a tougher field. It does have to lug the top weight here as well, along with Mount Kosciuszko, but draws the ace to find a nice spot on the fence. 11 is Gamekeeper. He'll spot the yellow cap in the event to distinguish him from Mount Kosciuszko. 16 is going to make it very tough, despite the fact this horse is at the right grade now, and in form and in enough form to be making his presence felt. 6 is Naya. He's also got a contest from a wide draw, but has been running quite well of late, despite last start, which was a little blip in the form. Nevertheless, he's got to be given a lot of respect at Naya, and I know Rishi Basad is also in his corner here for race 5. 12 is Nastas, or Nastas. We'll see him very shortly. 8 is Cupid's Dream. Okay, 12 is Nastas, the 7-year-old gelding by 60s Icon. Jules Mobian will ride for Rashid Borsley. Drawn a good alley in 3 for the Borsley Racing Syndicate. He will need to improve, though, on what we've been seeing before, but that is Doha form. He is a fresh addition here to the stable and to the UAE. 8 is Cupid's Dream for Musaba El Maheri and Local Creator Racing. Silvestre de Souza will do the riding here. 3/3 from 4 starts. So yet to break through for a win, but certainly knocking on the door, and looks the omen of the night being Valentine's Day. Cupid's Dream out of a mare called Valentine's Day. 15 is Next Toll Mount for Javier Ziani. Drawn wide. Will find it tough, and recent form has been tardy. 16 Carpe Momentum for Sam Hitchcott and Doug Watson is also drawn out on the track. Down the track behind Maputo last time out at Jebel Ali. A switch to Meydan may see him race a little kinder. 17 Sikorsky gains a start here for Bhupat Seema. Tygo Shea to ride the maiden runner. 4 minor placings from the 12 starts. Last coming out of a 55 to 75 on the 31st of Jan. So hoping to improve on his performance second up here.
14 will be leaving late here, Classic City. Alexandra da Silva Correa will be doing the riding for Ernst Ortel, who trains and owns. He was a winner at Jebel Ali, breaking the Meydan last time out over 1,400 metres, and returns here to Meydan. That's our runners for race number 5, the Lincoln Presidential Race, our 5th event of the evening.
It is time for the PHI Advertising Best Turnout Horse Award for race 5. It's gone to horse number 1, El Rayen, who's looked after by Abdul Jalil Tayar Tori. He's in the winner's enclosure now, alongside Mohammed Morrissey, the general manager of PHI Advertising. But that's not all. There's a special prize for Abdul Jalil. Andrea is here with a beautiful rose on Valentine's Day to add to his luxurious prizes here at Meydan. And by the way, Abdul Jalil gets the Best Turned Out Beard Award, that's for sure. Look at that absolutely magnificent sculpture on his beautiful face. That's one of the faces of the races. I guarantee you that, my friends at Meydan. Our thanks to PHI Advertising for the Best Turned Out Horse Award. And well done, Abdul Jalil. That's the best beard I've seen at Meydan ever. Wow! Competitive race this for the Lincoln Presidential Race. It's worth 190,000 dirhams. We're looking at Mount Kosciuszko for Julio Orthoquaga and Danny Tudhope. Ran really well at Jebel Ali last time out, went behind Syed. Earlier in the season, we talked about the race earlier today where it looked as if he was coming with a winning run up against El Yabri. Didn't quite get it done over 10 furlongs against El Yabri. The form has obviously worked out quite well. El Yabri, a good winner here at Meydan last week. And dropping back from 10 furlongs to a mile certainly seems to be like the right thing to do for Mount Kosciuszko. Danny Tudhope in the saddle. I think he's got a big chance, and he's definitely on the short list of contenders for this 5th race. Horse number 1, beautifully turned out by Abdul Jalil, with his lovely red beard, magnificent. Similar to the hood that El Rayed is wearing. El Rayed won last time out to Jebel Ali, beat Ghost of the Mambo. In fact, Mount Kosciuszko also won at Jebel Ali earlier in the season, and the horse that was behind him on that occasion was Ghost of the Mambo. But he was 10 lengths behind Mount Kosciuszko on that occasion. El Rayed 3.5 lengths in front of Ghost of the Mambo last time. But El Rayed looked to have got back to his best there. Travelled really easily, was in behind horses, got pulled out to make his challenge and drew away. Wasn't seemingly expected, having disappointed on a couple of runs prior to that. But that was a good step forward for El Rayed, big step forward as the red hood comes off now. I think he's definitely a contender for this upcoming 5th race. Luck has deserted horse number 6, Naya, on his last 2 starts. In fairness, Luck has deserted him in terms of the draw. He's in stall 12, but if he can get away well from the stalls, then I think he's got to be a player. Now, I know he was beaten a fairway last time when he was 7th behind Kanjar. However, if you watch back at that race, he wasn't given a hard time. He was slowly away. He made up a bit of ground into the race, but when it was pretty obvious that he wasn't going to play a significant part in the closing stages, Pat Dobbs, as he's often very kind to his horses, just let him come home in his own time. And hopefully that patience and generosity with how he looked after his horse on that occasion will pay off tonight. I think Naya, if he gets away well and can sit handy, I think he's a big player. It is, of course, Valentine's Day today. As I've said before, I can feel that love is in the air here at Meydan tonight, and there would be no more appropriate winner than horse number 8, Cupid's Dream. His mum was actually called Valentine's Day. His dad was Dubawi, so he would be a very apt winner of this 5th race. In fairness, there are bits and pieces of form where you can definitely give him a chance. He was actually 3rd back here in December behind Valdivia. That form got a boost earlier when we saw Valdivia winning that competitive race on the turf earlier. Also worth mentioning Gamekeeper, who has had a very good season, although last time out he was disappointing. He's got to prove that he's at his best over this mile distance, but he's had a very good season overall, and he represents an informed combination. Ahmad Bin Amash and Connor Beasley, though drawn in stall 16, apologies, right on the outside. So we're getting set for this race, one of the more competitive races on the card. About 7 horses left to load. Let's head up and join a man who I know love is in the air for him. It's Pat Comerford.
Thank you, Rishi. We've got a couple more left to load here, about 5 or 6, a bit more than a couple. Tollmount Classic City will come forward very shortly. Certainly a market overseas gravitating towards both the 2 and the 1, Mount Kosciuszko and El Rayed. But what if, just what if, could the son of Valentine's Day, by Dubawi, out of Valentine's Day, Cupid's Dream, go on to win on Valentine's Day? It'll be a nice little omen for you here in the 5th event on the program. Classic City and Naya, load away. Locked and ready. The Lincoln Presidential. Set. And racing. Sikorsky slow, Naya the same, and Nastas was out the back. El Ra had ridden with vigour on the inside. Million Doro and Cupid's Dream go up to an early lead. From Military Artist, 3 wide and third on settling. Gamekeeper next from Classic City and Tolmount. Rod Block was next from, then came Mount Kosciuszko, Naya. Next over there was Excel Power, just worse than midfield. Carpe Momentum 5 deep down the back from El Ra Edna Stars. Then came Artif and Sikorsky's wide and last. It's Million Doro inside the 1,000 metres they're about to travel, leading the way here. 13.86 and 10.7, those early sections as they head towards the back part of the course, where it is half a length in advance of Military Artist. Tolmount third and 3 deep, followed by Cupid's Dream, who is getting the run of the race here on the day of days. Then came Gamekeeper from Classic City, and Mount Kosciuszko tracks Cupid's Dream, 3 back the inner. From Carpe Momentum, who's ridden along, Sikorsky deeper out from Naya, Roadblock, Nastas. Then came El Raed with plenty to do from Power Excel, and out to the end was Atif. They swing the bend now here, and it is Million Doro pops off. Cupid's Dream is something to be beaten here in the race. Inside the 400 metres, Cupid's Dream tracks into the race very well. Million Doro next from Mount Kosciuszko. It's Cupid's Dream from Mount Kosciuszko. Cupid's Dream taking the short way home here. Mount Kosciuszko the only threat. Cupid's Dream 2.5 lengths in advance of Mount Kosciuszko, the omen of the night, and the arrow hits its mark here on Valentine's Day. Cupid's Dream streams away to win. Cupid's Dream by 3 lengths beats home Mount Kosciuszko. Third across El Raed's run a massive race. Million Doro fourth over from Classic City. Then came Sikorsky, Tolmount. Roadblock was next from Gamekeeper, Carpe Momentum, Naya. Then came Nastas from Military Artist. And one of the last ones home was Excel Power, along with Atif, who was dropping out from the 500. Well, omens are a very funny thing, aren't they? By Dabawi, out of Valentine's Day, Cupid's Dream goes on to get up for the tragics and the romantics out there. All of you joining us here at Meydan tonight in the Lincoln Presidential Race. Cupid's Dream, too good in race 5, 1:36.64 winner's time.
It was written in the stars that Cupid's Dream would win on Valentine's Day, and he travelled like the winner from some way out. In fact, he has done this before, where he's travelled well and on occasions hasn't quite got it done. But tonight, over this trip, he has powered away. Mount Kosciuszko has run on really well. And have a look at El Raed, the best turned out horse, making up plenty of ground. He was nearly last turning in, but in the end, he's finished very strongly. He's definitely turned a corner for the Michael Costa table. But it is Cupid's Dream who turned into the straight, having travelled oh so easily under Silvestre de Sousa. I go back to that run at Meydan in December when he was behind Valdivia. He looked like he might be going best of all before he got very tired and got past late on. Mount Kosciuszko has stuck well to the task. He's been very game all season long, and another good run from him. In behind, Magic Petition is another horse who's run well on occasions. Remember that good run behind Oasis Boy? He was back in fourth. El Raed has run another fine race. He is definitely a horse that's back in form now, so watch out for him the next time he runs. There he was right down on the inside, El Raed, turning for home. Had plenty of ground to make up, but he really battled on well, grabbed third spot at the end. But Cupid's Dream gathered up by Silvestre de Sousa in the closing stages, and he was encouraged away from his rivals. And both he and Mount Kosciuszko, in fairness, they were drawing away from the others. They got the fractions right, and they managed to establish quite an advantage on their rivals late on. But Cupid drew back his bow, and he's fired a winner in race 5. Cupid's Dream on Valentine's Day.
Numbers in the 5th event here, 8, 2, 1 and 3. 8, 2, 1 and 3. Cupid's Dream, your winner, Silvestre de Sousa and Masaba Al Meheri. Winner's margin 4 by 4.5. 8, 2, 1 and 3. Your numbers for the 5th.
step by step. Wait. Esther. Good job. Well done.
It is time to welcome back our fifth winner of the evening here at Meydan on a card sponsored by Altyre Motors. Race 5 was the Lincoln Presidential Race, won by the 4-year-old bay gelding by Dubawi out of Valentine's Day, owned by local Creator Racing, trained by Musaba Al-Mahedi, ridden by Silvestre de Souza. It was written in the stars that the winner on Valentine's Day would be Cupid's Dream.
Well done. Thank you. You get the trophy. Yes.
الو مساء الخير يا موسى ابو سعيد ثانك يو صباح سجل عندك هذه ها؟ سجل عندك خليك تكون مقيم هنا عندنا كيف الحال؟
Here's a man that I know. I know that you're a romantic person. I know that Valentine's Day means a lot to you. So I know that you knew that Cupid's Dream would win today.
Yeah, of course. He's been doing every gallop home. He's been pleased, everyone, and he dropped him back in trip and was suitable for him. Plenty pace and travel well. You know, Cupid's Dream.
It's very rare on dirt racing to see a horse travel and then pick up like that. Normally it's a bit of a grind from a long way out. So how do you explain that?
Trip is suitable. He loves the dirt, and we keep the dream alive.
Keep the dream alive. What are you doing for Valentine's Day, Sylvester? Anything once this is over?
No. Surprise, surprise.
Well done. And now it's time for the presentation following the running of our 5th race of the evening, the Lincoln Presidential Race. Our thanks to Altai Motors once again for their generous sponsorship of tonight's 8 races here at Meydan. And we'd like to welcome to the stage Helal Hanai Omar, Senior Vice President, Ford and Lincoln, and vice versa. And he'll be making the presentation to the winning connections of Cupid's Dream. No more appropriate winner on Valentine's Day. Brilliantly ridden by Silvestre de Souza for trainer Musaba Al-Maheri and owned by Local Creator Racing. Please welcome to the stage to receive on behalf of the winning connections, Fatih Zuma, Osama Kadura and friends. Congratulations. Well, it's time for the big race of the night. It's the Lincoln Aviator Presidential Race. It's over 1,400 metres on the turf. It's worth 350,000 dirhams. And not surprisingly, Charlie Appleby has a very strong hand in this race. He's got 2 runners. And first of all, he's got number 2, Native Approach. Let's take a closer look at this son of Too Darn Hot. Native Approach was pretty good when he won here 2 starts ago in listed company. And the horse he beat that day was San Donato. Now, that was pretty good form. He had other good horses in behind him on that occasion. And he started favourite for his next race, which was in very good company. That was the Group 2 back in January. But unfortunately, he got at the back of the field. He just never really took any interest in the race on that occasion. And although he finished off well to some effect, he was never really in the race. Now, I think that if he is interested in the race tonight, I think he's the most talented horse in the race. I really believe that he's the quality angle in this race. But have a look, if you can have a closer look. I don't need to tell Adrian because he's the best cameraman in the world.
Thank you.
One of the best cameramen in the world, because your colleagues are also brilliant
Really?
who are here. But if you have a closer look at all the accoutrements and tack on his head and face, you'll realise that clearly he's not the easiest horse to control and look after. He's been held quite tightly by the gentleman looking after him, but he's got a lot of equipment on him, and that basically suggests that there's a horse that needs to be relaxed and settled, and they need additional help to do that. Have a look at the contrast, for example, with the horse that is just behind him. That's number 9, and that of course is his stable companion, Creative Story, who has no hood on. He's got less equipment on his head and face, and he looks lovely and relaxed. And he's walking around with his head slightly bowed, and he looks a lovely demeanour. Have a look at the hand position of the lad looking after him. It's giving a little bit more give in how he's holding him in comparison to his stable companion Native Approach. But Creative Story is also the choice of William Buick tonight, and he was pretty good when he won here beating the Camden Colt last time out. It was his first career win, and he looked very smooth, very professional, and it's clear that he's obviously going to be a big contender for this race. Is he as good as his stable companion? Obviously there's going to be a difference in the weights between the two of them, but I just feel that there's more to come from his stable companion. But of course he's a very good horse. There's very little doubt about that. That's number 9, Creative Story. Just ahead of him is horse number 7, Andreas Vesalius, the grey, for Ahmed Ben Amash and Sky Racing. Connor Beasley on board, ran really well behind Echo Point here a couple of starts ago. I think this is a much tougher test for him, but hopefully he'll be able to run well. If you could turn the camera to the left and find horse number 4, that is one of the most interesting contenders of the night in this race. That's El Nasib. He looks in really good terms with himself. He's got lovely shine on his coat. He looks well turned out. He's only had 3 runs so far, have all been on the dirt, but he's won 2 of them and was second to Asad Zabil last time out. First time on the turf is interesting for him. If he takes to it, then he's a big player. The last horse, or one of the last horses that will be leaving here, will be horse number 8. That's Al Salt, who's still over to our right. He's got the red hood on. He's also got a fair few pieces of equipment on him. He's got that little strap across his nose, which helps them breathe a little bit better. So that's horse number 8, Al Salt. And the final one to leave this particular part of the pre-parade ring will be horse number 6. That's Vakor for Julio Olathquaga. Silvestre de Souza taking over from Adra de Vries, who suffered a fall earlier today.
Ladies and gentlemen, race number 6 is our next event on the program. It is for our highest purse of the night, the Lincoln Aviator Presidential Race for $350,000. 14 metres on turf, and we head into the yard. Number 1 is Investo. Off the rating of 109, he strikes a turf track for the first time in the UAE. Ray Dawson, who had a good affiliation with this horse before heading across to the UAE, has been on for both starts now and will be jumping aboard again tonight, the son of Roaring Lion. We should see an improvement here, fitter and onto a preferred track. Number 2 is Native Approach, Richard Mullen and Charlie Appleby combine. A winner 2 starts ago here in listed company, defeating Santanato coming from back in the field. He was 5th behind Marban, also getting back on that occasion as well. He's a bit of a handful, but if he is close enough, you'd expect to see him attacking the line at some stage of the race. Keep Safe. Here's a horse with plenty of ability, Al Naseeb. We've yet to see him on the turf, so big question marks around Al Naseeb tonight, not only there, but also around a turn as well. He's 2 wins and a second from 3 starts, so barely put a foot wrong. Just needs to prove it on the grass and also against a stronger company here tonight. Interesting runner. 5 is Salim, who has, I'm sure, got some bigger targets in plan. We haven't seen him since the fire break back in 2023. He's a interesting horse here, the son of Dabawi, now 7. He's only had the 14 starts for 4 wins and 4 minors, returning here off a long break. But great to see him back at the races, and Ben Cohen partners him tonight. 6 is Vercors. Audrey De Vries will be replaced here by Silvestre de Souza on the 4-year-old gelding by Invincible Spirit. Stable already with a winner tonight and a close second in the last race. Was a 3-length winner overseas before making his way here. A bit of an unknown, but draws a good gate to be in the race at some stage. 7 is Andreas Vesalius. Connor Beasley for Ahmed bin Hamish. Has had a second here, beaten a neck 2 starts ago. 4th at Group 2 company last time out, coming through the same race here as Native Approach. One to keep an eye on. 8 is El Salt, draws the ace for Ali El Badwawi. Bernardo Pinheiro will ride. A step up in class for him after being beaten 6 lengths by Echo Point. He was also contesting listed company last time out, but he was down the track there. This looks more suitable, but he'll still be up against it. Creative Story is the short price international elect. He has got plenty of rating points up his sleeve, you'd say, off the rating of 95. He carries a light weight here. William Buick's only ride for the evening here at Meydan, and draws gate 2 to find a nice position in running. He's the horse to beat. 10 is Swing For Me, another one for Julio Olajuara, and Vaslav Janacek will do the riding of the weight of 55. Some unknown form lines heading into this. We'll know more after this race. Swing For Me, a Entire by Wooten Bassett. And last but not least is Al Najm. Tygo Shea will spot the colours of His Highness Sheikh Ahmed bin Rashid Al Maktoum here on the son of See the Stars. He's a new addition to the Michael Costa stable, having the first run in the UAE. Hasn't been out on the course since Ascot on October of 24, where he was beaten 3 1/4 lengths by Carry the One there under Tom Marquand. That's Al Najm. He is the final horse of the trio that represents Michael Costa here in race number 6. Runners heading to post.
Well, there's nothing that I love more than a bit of honesty. And I came over to Michael Costa to ask him for an interview ahead of this race, and the first thing he said to me, bearing in mind he's got 3 runners, is that he doesn't think he's going to be able to steer me in the right direction. You've got 3 runners. In fairness, they're all interesting for various reasons. And Besto's a horse, I really liked him when Roger Varian had him back in the UK. He looked really talented. Al Najm has obviously got plenty of talent. So has Salem, who actually ran pretty well behind Colour Up. So, what are the pros and cons about them?
Well, Salim's a horse we've had a lot of time for, and we ran him once last season over the 6 on the dirt, handled well. He was the favourite for the Burj Nahar, but didn't quite get there. So been a little bit late in the season getting him going, but he's a nice horse, and if he runs well tonight, we might do the swap back and get him back to the Burj Nahar over the mile, because I think he handles the dirt well being in Dubai. So first out, he's got a bit of toe, but yeah, we'll see how he goes being first up. Investo is a nice horse. He had his first start at Jebel Ali. He's really come on from that. Probably just got a little bit lost on the dirt around the turn. Back to 7. In an ideal world, probably a mile or further has been his best form, but we're a little bit limited on options. And coming to the final stage of the season, we've got to get a run under his belt before he steps up in distance. Turned out a picture, he looks great, but maybe the 7 could be the concern. And then El Najam, he came late in the season, just the back end of last year. Still breaking out the coat, and another horse which is probably going to get better as he gets over a little bit further. So 3 nice horses, everything hasn't lined up, but hopefully one pops out in front.
Okay, I won't put you on the spot. I enjoyed your pros and cons about all of them. And from a personal point of view, I'm hoping to see some encouragement from Investor, because I hope that he gets his career back on track for you. So thank you very much for your time, Mike.
Thank you, cheers.
It is time for the PHI Advertising Best Turned Out Horse Award for the 6th race, the feature race of the night. It has gone to horse number 4, El Nasib, who is looked after by Parvez Akhtar, who is in the winner's enclosure now, alongside Mohamed Morsi, receiving his prize from the general manager of PHI Advertising, but just alongside, making sure that they know what's going on. It's all been supervised by Karen and Andrea, who are looking after this presentation. Our huge congratulations to Parvez Akhtar. Well done, sir. Congratulations, and our thanks to PHI Advertising, and indeed to our 2 lovely ladies who supervised proceedings tonight for the Best Turned Out Award in race number 6. Well, let's take a closer look at the leading contenders for this 6th race of the night. The Lincoln Aviator Presidential Race on the turf, and it's worth 350,000 dirhams. We're looking at Native Approach first of all. Got the white cap on. Richard Mullen rides. Richard Mullen's had a pretty good season riding for the Charlie Appleby team, Godolphin. And Native Approach was pretty good when he won here back in December on Festive Friday. He was expected to go and win last time out in that Group 2, but unfortunately he didn't pick up in the manner that a lot of us thought he would do on Fashion Friday. He just seemed a little bit disinterested at the back of the field. He actually ran on okay. I think it would be Richard Mullen's task to keep him interested and keep him involved, and if he can, then I think he's got a big chance here. His stable companion Creative Story, though, is the choice of William Buick, and he looks rather more straightforward. He had some pretty good form in the UK. Now, he was second in a maiden behind a horse called Kikuli. Kikuli went on to be a Group 1 performer. In fact, he ran very well in North America, and he was a very smart horse for the Juddmonte team and for Harry Charlton in the UK. And Creative Story's first start in the UAE came here last month, just about a month ago, and he was very professional. Creative Story just looked as if he'd come forward for a little bit of time between his last run prior to that win last time out, which was back in May. And he looked very professional in the way he went through his race. Looks just a straightforward type of individual in comparison to his stable companion, who perhaps just thinks about it a little bit more. Enjoyed chatting to Michael Costa before the race, talking about this horse, Mbesto, pretty talented performer back in the UK when he was with Roger Varian. Early part of his career, he looked like he would be very, very special indeed. But things went a little bit awry. His run at Ascot back in July behind Kudwa was pretty good form. He's had one run for new trainer Michael Costa. That came on the dirt at Jebel Ali. I can definitely see better from him tonight, back on a turf surface for this son of Roaring Lion. The loading up process is now underway. Also worth mentioning another of the Michael Costa runners, and that's Salem, who ran, I mean, it's been a while since we've seen him, but he had really good form when we saw him on the dirt and turf. He was a pretty useful horse in the UK. He came out to the UAE and he had that one run. You heard from Michael about how he started as a well-fancied runner for the Bergenhard back in the day. Well, I think he's a horse that you've got to keep your eye on, and how he gets on today with bigger races to come later in this season. Good race, the feature race. Let's head up and join Pat for the call.
Yeah, thank you, Rishi. It's the Lincoln Aviator for 350,000 as Mbesto will come forward here to complete the line. We'll be set here for our feature event. Cracking race with 10 contenders, and we're set. 1,400 metres, racing now. Salim out wider was quick into stride with Vercors. Al Nassib's going to try and work across from the deep here. Creative Story getting into a nice spot on the inner. From Mbesto, Native Approach close enough today, just better than midfield here, and is happy to sit a little wide. Then came deep around on the course there was Andreas Versalius, followed by, next there was Al Najm, Al Salt, and Swing For Me is the last one. So Salam, as expected, is going to roll them up in front here by a length and a half. Al Nassib's ended up getting to the position of just outside the leader here in second position. From Vercors, then came Native Approach closer. Creative Story's going to look to angle out here, three back on the inside. From Mbesto, then came Andreas Versalius. From Al Salt, second to last Al Najm, and Swing For Me is the last one. Salam's going to try and do it from barrier to box. He's 2.5 lengths here inside the 500 on Vercors. Al Nassib, he seems to be handling the grass at the moment. Then came Native Approach from Creative Story, looking for a way to angle clear. Here is Buick. Andreas Versalius next from Mbesto. Salam continuing on with it up in front from Al Nassib. Creative Story having to work hard here as well. Salam up in front still with enough an advantage here, but Creative Story now starts to get on level terms along with Al Nassib. Creative Story in the final stages streams clear to win. Al Salt's going to run into second here tightly. Margin on the line a length. Al Salt second over, Photo third, maybe Al Nassib from Salim. Then came next over there was Al Najm from Mbesto. Native Approach didn't find anything there in the final few hundred. Swing For Me next over from Vercors and Andreas Versalius, favourite too good. Creative Story, it just was a matter of angling out, pace was good enough. Great runs by Salim. Look for him Super Saturday. He's done plenty there and shown plenty as well. And great run by Al Salt and even Al Nassib. I think that's a tick for him on the grass. He certainly is a horse that handles both surfaces. But it'll be all Creative Story. Successful night for William Buick, goes 1 for 1. And the numbers across the line there, 9, 8, 4 and 5 in the Lincoln Aviator Presidential Race over 1,400.
Creative Story has won again for William Buick and Charlie Appleby. it wasn't entirely straightforward because he had to wait for a bit of a gap. He needed a little bit of help here, made sure that he could get the clean run, and he got it. And once he got out into the clear, it was pretty inevitable what was happening. He settled beautifully in the early part of the race, very uncomplicated horse, and he's powered away to win. Very good run from Al Salt, back to something like his better form. He's only been beaten about a length in the end. Fine run from El Nassi back in third. First time he has raced competitively on the turf. And an excellent run, as you heard from Pat in the call, from Salem. It'll be interesting to see what the options are for him on Super Saturday, but that was encouraging on his first start since December 2023. That was really encouraging for Salem. But Creative Story continues his upward curve. A horse who showed lots of talent in the early part of the race, lots of promise in the early part of his racing career. He returned with a good win where he beat the Camden Colt here on the 10th of January, and just a month later he has cruised to another win. Look at the way he eventually picks up the gap. In the end, El Nassim probably just leant over a bit to his left, and Creative Story, Stable Companion, Native Approach leant to his right. And that gave William Buick plenty of room to start manoeuvring him, and he picked up in fine style. Of course, last time out was over the same distance as tonight. He seems really well suited by the 7 furlong trip, and he's a horse that is progressing very quickly.
Thank you.
Race 6 tonight was the Lincoln Aviator Presidential Race, worth a lot of money, $350,000. It's been won by a son of Too Darn Hot out of Volume, owned by Godolphin, trained by Charlie Appleby, and ridden by William Buick. A round of applause. He's made it 2 out of 2 so far this year. His name, remember it, Creative Story.
Excuse me?
He only comes for the winners. one ride booked, one win. It's all very straightforward. And in fairness, your horse is very straightforward, isn't he, Rob?
He is, yeah. I was a little bit worried when I heard that you thought I'd picked the wrong one. So
I was hoping you didn't actually.
Yeah, I respect your opinion. You see, that's why.
Thank you. I don't respect my own actually.
No, he's a lovely horse, and he came here winless this winter, having been tried in some nice maidens at home. So I love the way he does it. He's a very straightforward horse, and he does everything you need him to do. He picks up well, and he relaxes, and it's obviously that's what you want. Look, he'll stay a mile, and I'm not sure what his next sort of targets would be, but he's taken that step up to that next level now pretty well, and I know he was obviously for low weight, but he had plenty left.
It's interesting you say he'll stay a mile because he looks so good at this 7 furlong distance.
Yeah, he's a horse who quickens and travels. So, but I see no reason why he wouldn't be more comfortable at a mile even. But there's plenty of options for us. There's plenty of options for him.
I won't doubt you ever again, William. Well done.
Thank you, Richie.
Correct weight in the Lincoln Aviator Presidential Race, 9845, 9845. Correct weight, race 6.
It is time now for the presentation following the running of our feature race of the evening, the Lincoln Aviator Presidential Race, won in brilliant style by Godolphin's Creative Story. On this card, kindly sponsored by Altair Motors, we like to welcome to the stage to make the presentation, first of all, Ashok Khanna, the CEO, Altair Motors, and along with him, Ravi Ravichandran, President of Ford Middle East. representing the winning owners, Godolphin. Will you please put your hands together for Gavin Keegan?
Racing the championship. Yeah, no, that's right.
And now, receiving on behalf of the winning trainer, Charlie Appleby, a round of applause for Sophie Christian. And there is one more presentation. He had a choice to make before the race. 2 horses. Some people thought he chose wrong. No, no, no. William Buick always gets it right. Congratulations, William Buick. Well done to the winner of our feature race, the Lincoln Aviator Presidential Race, creative story, owned by Godolphin, trained by Charlie Appleby, and ridden by William Buick. It is time for our penultimate edition of Faces at the Races. 500 dirhams to the winner of this edition of Faces at the Races. Now our camera team are gonna look for the person with the best smile out there. Who's got it? Who's happy? Who's happy on the inside and the outside? Who's got that feeling of love on Valentine's Day? Love is in the air. Love is in the air. Yeah, I think people are singing along with me. I should have been a singer. I really should have. I think we might have found a winner, and she was singing along with me. Congratulations, you are our winner of Faces at the Races. Now you've got to make your way to Gate C and pick up your prize of 500 dirhams. We love you very, very much. 500 dirhams worth of love coming your way after Faces at the Races.
Runners are heading into the parade here for race number 7 on the program. Our penultimate event for the night. This one over 2200 on the dirt. The Lincoln race for 165,000. Number 1 is Desert Snake. Patrick Cosgrave and Julio Olajuara off the rating of 75. The son of Anoden has made the switch over to the dirt here for tonight's race, dropping back in distance after his run at Abu Dhabi last time out over 2400. An unknown on the dirt, but certainly has the class and has been racing against stronger company than this, albeit on the turf. Dubai Vision is in the event here for Connor Beasley and Ahmed bin Hamish. Back in distance as well, coming out of the same race as Desert Snake and back onto the dirt. Last time over this track and over this surface at Sharjah, he was beaten 2 lengths by Musa, albeit in a 0 to 75 event. Has got dirt form. We'll see if he can translate it here to Meydan. His recent runs at the track have been slightly unsuccessful. Three is New Comedy. Wide draw here. Ahmed Al Basaidi claiming 3 kilograms for Ahmed Al Shamaili and Mr. Nasser Asker. He's been beaten a distance his last couple of runs, and also, like Desert Snake, makes the switch over from the turf onto the dirt for tonight's race. A bit of an unknown, but best of luck to Connections. Four is Nova Roma, the son of Golden Horn. He's only had the 11 starts, the 8-year-old, so very lightly raced for his age. And he's had the 1 run coming off a very long break. Wasn't seen at the races since April of 2021 and was brought back to the races on the 18th of Jan. He was down the track on that occasion and he drops, he heads out in trip here to a more suitable distance over 2200 second up. Number 5 is Kibo Masaki, spotting the black cap here, the daughter of Gervin. Javier Ziani will ride for Salam bin Gadaya. Beaten by Guns and Glory last time out over this track and trip, and contests the similar race once again, albeit a slightly easier field this time around. Goes to the Mambo, makes a rare appearance here at Meydan for this preparation. He's been heading around at most other tracks where he can race on the dirt, and was a nice performer at Jebel Ali over a mile last time out. He steps up over more ground this time around, and we'll see how he fares. Tygo Shea opting to ride, the son of Ghost Zappa. 7 is his stablemate, Fall of Havandi, sorry, not his stablemate, this one for Nina Lensvik. Silvestre de Souza will do the riding. Beaten a distance there in that turf run over 2410. They now switch this runner across to the dirt here to contest. A horse who has won on the dirt multiple times back in Scandinavia. Fall of Rome is a horse that has had plenty of racing in recent times. Over 1400 metres last time out here, where he was beaten a distance by Smart System. They're stepping him up very much up in trip, heading out a further 800 metres. Take note, Patrick Dobbs will ride Mashcore here, replacing Ardri de Vries in race number 7. So Pat Dobbs, the new rider. Needing to improve on recent runs though. Beaten a distance at Jebel Ali his last 2 starts, and also 1 start there at Meydan. So hopefully an improvement coming from Mashcore. 3rd up and fit from a good gate here tonight. Number 10, Al Warith, gets back and runs on. 2200 metres is going to be right up his alley, but couldn't make an impression or an indentation on the margin behind Guns and Glory last time out. He should appreciate the quick tempo in the event and also a slightly easier field he contests here tonight. 11, Persian Empire. He draws a middle alley here, 1900 metres at Meydan last time out in a 70 to 90. He's not facing a field anywhere near that ability tonight, but he's got to do it out over even further distance. So out over unknown territory distance-wise for him. We'll see if he's up to the task for Abu Bakar Daud, and Lorenzo Puzzulu claiming 3. 12 is Narato. He is still a maiden. He's had the multiple runs here in maiden company, but yet to break through. And they've tried him over multiple middle distances. They now head him to a staying trip. Meydan was narrowly beaten last time out at Sharjah by Musa, who he faces here once again. Sandro Paiva jumps on board here for Kareem Ramadan. He's going to be up against it from 16 as a horse who likes to lead. He's going to have to use a lot of energy early to find his usual spot. 14 is Musa, the 9-year-old here. Kaysel Basaidi claiming for Mohammed Ibrahim, looking to go back-to-back after that win at Sharjah. Hopefully he's able to find us some form like that again and take plenty of confidence from that victory, where he was able to chase down the leader in Meydan in the final stages of racing. He'll get 53.5 here with the claim. Frosty Wind has got to improve on recent starts. Arguably better on the dirt. Good to see that the horse returns back to the dirt surface. Of late, it's been a better surface for the Entire by West Coast, so a suitable change of surface. And 16 is Daniyan. Hasn't done enough in recent starts. A win or even a top 3 finish would be surprising. That's our fields for the 7th event, our penultimate race, and our stayers race on the dirt for 165,000, the Lincoln race.
PHI Advertising sponsoring our Best Turned Out Horse Award this evening, and it's time to award it in race 7. It's gone to horse number 8, Fall of Rome. Fall of Rome is looked after by Sahib Gul, and he is currently in the winner's enclosure. But there is our man, Fons. How are you, pal? You're looking in good shape. Missing Tom Stanley this week? No? No, no, no. You're happy without him. 2 thumbs up. And there it is. The sign of success here at Meydan. That's exactly how Sahib Gul feels about winning the Best Turned Out Horse Award in race 7. Our thanks to Mohammed Morsi and PHI Advertising for their support of this prize. And well done to Sahib Gul. Good luck to Fall of Rome. So let's take a look at some of the leading contenders for this race, starting with horse number 6, Ghost of the Mambo. We spoke about Ghost of the Mambo earlier on in relation to his form behind the likes of El Rayed, who ran okay earlier tonight. El Rayed made up a lot of ground to finish third, and Ghost of the Mambo was behind El Rayed on his most recent run at Jebel Ali, over 1,600 metres. Obviously stepping up significantly in distance from 1,600 metres to 2,200 metres today. And again, just referring to what Pat and I were talking about at the start of tonight's racing, he was saying that in this particular contest, stamina might be a major issue with some of the horses to the head of the international markets. And that's one of the questions you could have against Ghost of the Mambo, who, although consistent over the season so far, it's all been over shorter distances. Number 13 is Meydan. Both Meydan and Mausa met last time out, or Musa. I'll leave that to Pat, he knows better. But these two met last time out, and it was Musa, or Mausa, who got the better of Meydan last time out by a short head. Tough ask for both horses tonight, in that they're both drawn out wide. Meydan in 16, Musa in 15, and that makes it hard for both of them in this race. Of the two, just get the feeling that Musa is the better stayer over this trip, and that's why of the pair I would prefer his chances. There is 14, Musa, who I believe is the one from that race at Sharjah last month that might emerge on top again. And I get primarily it's because this is over 13 furlongs, it's over 11 furlongs, 2,200 metres on the dirt, and if they go a decent gallop, it's going to get very hard work for them in the closing stages, and that means that stamina will come to the fore, and I think this horse has it in abundance. Five is Kibo Masaki. You'd be taking a bit of a chance on this one if you have picked this as your selection in this race, off the back of that very poor run last time here at Meydan behind Guns and Glory. Prior to that was behind a couple of rivals that Kibo Masaki meets today, and that of course is Mausa and Meydan. On that sort of form you can give Kibo Masaki a run, but that run last time out was very disappointing. Maybe a return to the previous form would obviously give Kibo Masaki a chance, but that's the chance that you're taking if you've selected Kibo Masaki for this penultimate race. If you're waiting all night for a winner, then you hope Kibo Masaki runs better than he did last time. The loading up process has begun. But Kibo Masaki, she would be on the list, but not on that run last time out. Just going forward there with Desert Snake. Pat Cosgrave in the saddle. Pat Cosgrave riding the horse, literally. Pat Comerford will be riding figuratively, I believe. Pat.
I think it's a half a chance here, Rishi. Thank you very much. Dirt obviously a big question mark, but has been facing stronger fields than this. The 5-year-old by BG and Meydan. So Narato's loaded up. Kibo Masaki comes forward. Nova Roma has been brought into line. Here's Danny Yarn. New Comedy. Ahmad Al-Basadi's been heavily utilised tonight for the 3 kilos. He's already picked up a winner in the first. Here's Ghost of the Mambo. And that'll leave about 4. Here's the last start Sharjah winner in Musa. Being brought forward. His rival on the day to his outside in Meydan. Frosty Wind loads up. Completes the line. Runners are set. 2,200 metres away. And Frosty Wind has leapt up in the air. Same can be said for New Comedy. Both have cost themselves significant lengths in the early part of the race. It's Havandi who's going to break cleanly from the inside and head up to the lead, along with Mashcore. Narato deeper out, works up, along with Ghost of the Mambo. Nova Roma's going to work across to the paint. From next to him running there, Foal of Rome. Then came Musa, who's racing about 7th in isolation. From Meydan, who's going to work across but be caught wide here. Musa's found the fence here from 15. Great start there by Case Albacete. Persian Empire. Then came Desert Snake wide into the first bend, along with Dubai Vision. On the inside, working forward there was Kibo Masaki. Then came Frosty Wind after the tardy start up to 4th to last. Then came New Comedy, Daniyan and Al Warith second last and last. It's Havandi by 3/4 of a length as they head out onto the back past the 1400 in advance of Narato in second. Third, Nova Roma. Fourth is Mashcore, who's got the 1-1 position. 3 deep, and fifth was Ghost of the Mambo, keeping the stablemate even deeper, Fall of Rome. Persian Empire is next. Musa's found a great spot on the fence, but will need some luck there as they start to clutter around the bend. Desert Snake to his outside. Meydan on the 3-wide train, 2 lengths back to Kibo Masaki from Frosty Wind. Then came next to him running further back was Dubai Vision going back through the field, passed by Daniyan. Al Warith yet to be felt for, and New Comedy is being shaken along at the back. So it's Havandi a half length. Narato applying a little more pressure. Mashcore edges out 3 wide. Ghost of the Mambo's had a tough time of it and dropping back through the field in 4th position from Nova Roma, who's got no more left. Same can be said for Fall of Rome. Desert Snake, a few of these very much tiring. Musa's got off the fence here for a run, but Havandi could have given him the slip. He's gone clear by 2.5 lengths in the 2200. Mashcore trying to level up. Havandi a tired horse here back onto the dirt. Here's Mashcore leveling up. Mashcore issuing a challenge here to Havandi in the final stages of the race. Marwan Al-Badei looking for back-to-back winners here at Meydan. Havandi very, very brave on the inside, beating off Mashcore at the moment. Mashcore, though, finding more in the late stages, and it's back-to-back winners for Al-Badei here at Meydan. Mashcore goes on to win by a half. Havandi second over, third Musa, fourth across was Narato. Then came Ghost of the Mambo, Daniyan, Kibo Masaki, Fall of Rome, Al Warith. Next over was Meydan from Frosty Wind. Then came Nova Roma, who got tired. Persian Empire was next to crossover. Then came New Comedy. Desert Snake found nil. Then came Dubai Vision. He was one of the last ones home. Mashcore goes on to win. Pick-up ride for Pat Dobbs on the evening, and he goes on to win 3/4 the margin there in the line. I said a half, it was definitely 3/4. Havandi second over, and Musa, after finding the fence from 15, just too far back to make impressions, has ended up running third. Still a nice run by the Muhammad Ibrahim runner, and Narato fourth. 9-7, 14 and 12, 9-7, 14, 12. And Marwan Al-Badei will be very stoked with that. He's picked up another winner after Moonblade was victorious last week. Mashcore picks up more prize money here at headquarters.
And a winning spare ride for Pat Dobbs on Mashcore. When they turned into the straight, it looked as if Havandi had the measure of everything else in the race, but they went a decent enough gallop and they were well strung out in the closing stages. Havandi had a lovely run down on the inside rail for Silvestre de Souza. Just here, looked to be seeing off Mashcore. Mashcore, to be fair, stuck to it really well and saw out this distance in no uncertain terms. Back in third and fourth, a couple of old rivals in Meydan and Mauser. But it was Mashcore, Pat Dobbs taking over from Adra de Vries, who was injured earlier on when he fell in our earlier race. Turning into the straight, you can just see Havandi just changing his legs and managing to find a little bit extra. And he managed to get away from Mashcore for a stride or two. But just when you thought that he was getting the upper hand, Pat Dobbs conjured a little bit more out of Mashcore. He switched his stick from his left to his right hand just before the last 50 yards or so, and that just seemed to galvanise Mashcore enough to put his head in front, and he's just got the better of Havandi. We heard from Pat about Musa's run, who was out the back in the early part of the race, but dropped down to the inside rail from 15. But he just had too much work to do in the closing stages. He ran on very strongly to grab third from Narato, with Ghost of the Mambo running respectively back in fifth and Fall of Rome in behind those. But it's a win for Mashcore. These connections enjoying a fine run of things at the moment.
And those numbers there, 13, 15, my apologies, 9, 7, 14, 12, 9, 7, 14 and 12. Winner's time 2:20.84, margins 3/4 by 4.5, 9, 7, 14, 12, race 7.
Thank you so much.
It's time to welcome back the winner of our penultimate race of the evening, the Lincoln race. It was a 5-year-old grey or roan gelding by Cupid. Oh, another Valentine's Day related winner out of the mare any Saturday in May. Owned by Marwan Abdul Rahman Mohammed Sharif Al Baidi, trained by Marwan Al Baidi, ridden by Pat Dobbs. A round of applause for
Thank you. Yeah. Is that with you? Yeah. David. Nice to meet you.
Pat Dobbs just weighing in after the win on Mashkor, and for many of you, you'll know that Mashkor means thankful in Arabic. And I think a lot of people will be thankful for your ride on this horse, Pat, and no, jockeys are very reluctant to take credit. They always like to pass it on. But I felt that when you switched your whip with that adept skill late on, he just found and just picked up a little bit right at the end.
Yeah, it went smooth all the way. Sometimes he's a bit slow out of the gates, but he jumped quite sharp. Had a nice position. I always felt comfortable through the race. We went sensible, it wasn't stupid pace like you normally get on the dirt. But he was very brave. He could have laid down the last furlong, but Sylvester's horse didn't stop, but he kept pulling it out.
I often wonder about the skill, and sometimes people don't quite appreciate the fine detail of the skill that you use there. Would it be fair to say that you were pleased with that ride?
9 times out of 10 is the horse, Rishi.
That one time was you?
No, I don't think so. He's well handicapped on his old form, so obviously it was the 75, so it suited him well. He got the trip well, and it's the first time I ridden for his owner and trainer, so. But obviously he was thinking of Adri the fall earlier on, so we hope he's okay.
Modest Pat Dobbs, and indeed, we hope that Adri's all right. Well done.
Thanks, Rishi.
It's time for the presentation for our penultimate race of the evening on a night where Altair Motors have been the pillar partner of Meydan Racecourse. It is time to make the presentation for race 7, the Lincoln race, and we are delighted to welcome to the stage Michael Hammer, Global Dealer Strategy and Operations Director, to make the presentation. After the brilliant success of Mashkor, a wonderful stretch duel between Mashkor and Havandi going the way of the 5-year-old Grey or Roan Gelding, son of Cupid, an appropriate winner on Valentine's Day. And we're delighted to welcome up to the stage Marwan Al-Baidai to receive on behalf of the winning team. Congratulations. Preparing for our last race and just leaving the paddock, there's my old pal, Saeed bin Saror. Hi, Saeed. I think Saeed's going to win this last race. He's got a couple of runners. He's got Olympic Candle and War Song. I really do believe that War Song can do it. can't find Warsong just yet. But let's have a look at some of the other contenders for this finale, which is the Lincoln Navigator. And we're having a look first of all at number 1, which is Tambarada, who's got an awkward draw in stall 13 on this 7-furlong turf track. Tambarada been well beaten on his couple of runs so far this season, or certainly this year. And prior to that, he didn't run too badly behind Native Approach here, who we saw running in our feature race. That was obviously a disappointing effort from Native Approach tonight. But Tambarada ran well on that occasion. Used to be with the Charlie Appleby team, but his last 2 runs have been a bit below par, and you'll hope for a bit better than that if you want to support him. Let's just have a look at being saddled up horse number 16, just over straight ahead. And that's it's a 10 from Len. Any fans of Strictly Come Dancing in the UK will know, and indeed in America, that Len Goodman, the judge, a 10 from Len. And this horse has got an even worse draw than Tambarada. He's in 16. And again, a couple of runs that have been really disappointing recently. So not a lot to really cheer on as a 10 from Len at the moment. But you hope that maybe a little bit of a turnaround in fortune. Let's have a closer look at horse number 8, Al Arbad, who I think has been a pretty useful performer this season. Hasn't always had the best of luck, but he's run some okay races. He's mixed up racing on the turf and the dirt. Looks on good terms with himself, Al Arbad. But again, he's another horse with a double-figure draw in this, our final race. I presume that the Saeed bin Suror horses have already made their way over to the far side. Either that or he's avoiding showing them to me. Let's have a look at horse number 6, who's just over to my left, and that is Story of Light. Story of Light representing a team that have had a good night, Ahmad bin Amash and Connor Beasley. Didn't run too badly at Jebel Ali last time on the dirt behind Royal Commando. And prior to that, actually ran pretty well behind Creative Story here in January. And the first week of January, didn't run too badly behind Rassas. And Rassas ran really well in a good sprint here at Meydan earlier in the season. Horse number 14, just coming over to the right, is Spirit of Leros. Was a bit disappointing last time. That was his first run after a bit of a break. So I expect a bit better tonight from Spirit of Leros, this 3-year-old. He managed to win at Newbury back in August of last year, and I think he might go okay from a better draw in stall 8. There's number 5, No Retreat. He might be one of the most talented horses in this race, probably is, but last time out, which was only a week ago, he looked as if he was going to win the race. Adrian de Vries sadly not able to ride because of his injury earlier on, and Pat Dobbs is taking the ride. But this horse has got bundles of talent. He travels very well. Expect him to be delivered late and fast. It will test Pat Dobbs. Now, I was speaking to Pat Dobbs earlier about his riding skills, and I was praising him for switching his whip from one hand to the other and just getting a little bit more on a mash core. Well, he's going to need some more finesse on this fella, No Retreat, who's very talented, but he needs to be delivered late and fast. Last time out, he looked all over the winner, got to the front and got run down by Folk Festival. Pat Dobbs will have to wait and wait and wait and wait a little bit more on this fella if he's to win.
Event of the evening, and we head to this race with a nice field to complete the night over the 1400 metres. Let's head to our first horse. Number 1, and that is Tambarada, the son of Dubawi for Sam Hitchcock and Ahmed bin Hamish. Was beaten a distance last time out in an 85 to 105. Drops in class, has to carry the top weight as a result, but drawn a little sticky in 13 here for tonight's final event. Followed by number 2, a 9-time winner, Deep Hope. He's off the rating of 89 here. He hasn't done much winning his last 3 starts, but he steps onto the turf here for the first time in the UAE with his 4th career run. Hopefully we see an improvement here on recent starts, but last start out of all of the 3 were the most promising. Number 4 is the filly by Mitol. That's Lafferty. Ben Cohen for Michael Costa. She can be a bit of a handful, but seems to be going quite well here this evening. She's been beaten 1.5 lengths by Morning last time to the races. That was on the dirt over 1200. They switch her out onto the turf here. Question mark. We'll see if she can handle it. Another horse making the switch to turf here. We saw him over this turf track last start over 1200. That's Falcon of Arabia, but turns a corner here, which could play into his hands here. Does Falcon of Arabia for Falcon Racing Team LLC. Drawn a middle alley here. Pat Cosgrave off the rating of 61. Number 5 is No Retreat. Fauzi Nass to do the riding here, and Pat Dobbs will do the riding here. He's the late replacement rider here, much like last race, and he rides this one for Victorious. Certainly knocking on the door, but can find every way to get beat, this runner. So we'll see if he's able to do it tonight, dropping back in trip to 1400 metres. Does have to navigate gate number 11. Six is Story of Light. Connor Beasley and Ahmed bin Hamish. Over 1,000 metres last start at Jebel Ali, was beaten 5 1/4 lengths. Back out to 7 here, much like 2 starts ago. Was in a race there behind Creative Story, and we've seen that form franked in earlier races. Jungle Mac heads out early here. He's a horse that certainly impressed running second there to Power Mode, who streaked away, but Jungle Mac did everything you wanted to see for a horse having his first run at Meydan. That was down the straight. He turns a corner here tonight, draws a nice gate. Certainly a horse that could surprise here with a win. Number 8 is Al Abed. Danny Tudhope for Masaba Al Maheri. He's drawn slightly wide on the track here in 12. Only a 1-time winner from 17 starts, coming back from to a 1-turn race as opposed to down the straight after contesting the 6 furlongs here last start. Charlie Bennett rides Olympic Candle for Saeed bin Saror, draws the ace, but again well beaten last time out. Maybe the extra distance a plus. War Song will look to make every post a winner on speed from gate number 3 here. Has run a really good race there in behind Harsim last time out. Was just swallowed up in the final stages. Should get a more kinder tempo here, and Dylan McMonagle jumps on. Both of Saeed bin Saror's horses have drawn very well for this final race. Sylvestre de Souza rides Ills et Ailes for Masaba Al Maheri, drawn 6 here for tonight's event. Has yet to break through a winner in the 3 starts at Meydan so far. Last start there was over 1400 here at Meydan on the dirt. Switch over to the turf once again here for the 4th run. 14 Spirit of Leros was down the track last time out in the only run here at Meydan. Hopefully we see some improvement here. Ray Dawson rides for Lucibody. Force and Valor comes back from Group 3 company after contesting a mile. I think 1400 metres looks an ideal trip, but gate 15 makes it tough here for him. 16 is It's a 10 from Len. Drops slightly in class here after being beaten at distance. That was over on the dirt. Back onto the turf is a plus. "17 Silent Speech gets the services of Bernardo Pinheiro here for tonight's event. He's down the track at Abu Dhabi over this trip last start. Ran a nice race 2 starts ago here at Meydan. Hopefully can find some of that form. Lucibody also saddles up Mustajab here, the son of Taz Leet, and we get Vaslav Janacek on board to ride, the 3-time winner, down the track behind Creative Story last start. You'd say improvement with the experience here under the lights at Meydan will be something that we will see. That's our runners for race number 8. Runners heading out onto the course here for the final event.
It's the final PHI Advertising Best Turned Out Horse Award in our last race of the evening. But before we confirm that No Retreat has won for Beek Singh, breaking news here at Meydan. Bhupat Seema has got a new career. He will be training horses, but he's also going to take up camera work, and he's finding it very easy so far. But I don't think the director is going to use his shots. Oh, he is going to use his shots. There is Bhupat. He can do it all. Well done, Bhupat Seema. And we've got some help as well. Just the person coming in to join in. Well done. One of the best turned out, one of the best turned out horse awards. Well done to Beek Singh. Our thanks to Mohammed Morsi. And Bhupat Seema can give up the day job if he wanted, because clearly he can also be a cameraman. Well, here's Warsong, one of the runners for Said bin Suror in our final race of the night, the Lincoln Navigator race. And this is the horse that I was waxing lyrical about because I really liked the comeback of Warsong behind Hassim. Now, that was in a conditions race. Warsong into a handicap this evening. He's got a mark of 83. I think that's generous when you consider that Hassim ran second behind Romantic Style. And Romantic Style, as we know, was good enough to run pretty well in the 1,000 guineas in France last year. And okay, Warsong is a bit away from that, but 83 for Warsong's handicap debut here is quite encouraging, as is the fact that Warsong is drawn in stall 3. I think all the combinations, plus the fact that that was a first run last time after a long layoff, stepping up to 7 furlongs, I don't think that's too much of an issue, especially if you look through the pedigree. And on the dam side, there's quite a lot of speed there, but I think there's enough in the way Warsong travels through the race and had a lot of them beaten last time until was worn down by Hassim. I think Warsong's definitely got a big chance in this final race. But a horse who's clearly good enough to win it is number 5, No Retreat. No Retreat, drawn in stall 11. It's a little bit of a concern because he's going to have to be held up, but I think he would appreciate being held up. Last time out, he travelled like the winner all the way until the last half a furlong when collared by Folk Festival. Prior to that, No Retreat had been running some good races, both in the UK and indeed on his first run at Abu Dhabi on the turf. He travels very well. He's clearly got a big engine, but whether or not he'll get his head in front when it matters most, that's another question. That'll be down to the skills of his rider, Pat Dobbs on board. It's the first time, obviously, Pat's riding him. He was ridden by Adra de Vries on his 2 starts. Sadly, Adra was involved in that fall earlier on this evening. So we shall see how Pat Dobbs can finesse No Retreat for this finale. Jungle Mac for local cameraman Bhupat Seema has been well backed on the international markets. Drawn in stall 5, ran really well here over 6 furlongs behind Power Mode, wasn't beaten far. Prior to that had run at Abu Dhabi behind Tawala. Jungle Mac from stall 5, again, you can see Jungle Mac going close, but the likes of Warsong and No Retreat, you just get the impression they've offered a little bit more scope and potential right now. But of course, you have to respect the support for Jungle Mac and his trainer, Bhupat Seema. So quite a few loaded up for this finale. Let's head up to the commentary box to Pat Comerford. Don't forget, Pat, no retreat, no surrender.
I'll have to remember that one, Richie, thank you. And yeah, a couple more to load away. Yeah, good support of the international market for Jungle Mac. He probably did enough, you'd say, over that 1,200 metre distance, and the rise up to 1,400 with a turn in play, I think might play to his favour here as well. So you can understand the support. No Retreat will be looking to break through, and Warsong will be also looking to be picking up a win here for Said bin Suror. Set to go for the last cracking race, and away we go. And Jungle Mac was one of the first to go. Anticipated the start with Ilzet Ailes. Deeper out Lafferty from Story of Light, and Warsong's going to be handy. Then came Al Abed, Force and Valor deeper out, caught on a limb from next in running on the inside, Falcon of Arabia, Silent Speech, Deep Hope, the fence. It's a 10 from Len's going to get a card up here deeper out from Force and Valor. Then came No Retreat from Mustajab. Then came Olympic Candle, Spirit of Leros, and Tamburrata, the toppies out to the end. So it is Ilzet Ailes and Force and Valor who's going to inject more tempo here. And Force and Valor's been crucial to this race. He's allowed a few of these to card up with cover. Then came Lafferty, who's got the 1-1. Warsong's found a beautiful spot in behind, got the run of the race for Dylan McMonigal. Then came Al Abeb, who's 3 wide and no cover. It's a 10 from Lenz. Been deep but had cover the whole way into the race. From Deep Hope, Jungle Max tucked in behind them, needing an out from Olympic Candle. Then came Jungle Mac and Falcon of Arabia and No Retreat trying to come from back in the field. Force and Valor the leader from Ilzet Ailes. Warsong tries to work through and getting the gap now. Deep Hope, Al Abed deeper out. No Retreat coming with a big run. Force and Valor, Warsong, No Retreat with every bound swallowing them up. Warsong and No Retreat. Warsong, No Retreat down to the line, and No Retreat
No Retreat gets there at a nick of time. Half a length on War Song. Next over was Force and Valor, Deep Hope. Then came Olympic Candle from Al Arbed. Next over, It's a 10 from Len, followed by Tambarada, who got going there in the late stages of the race. Jungle Mac Never Found. Story of Light, Musta Jab, Ills at Ales knocked up with Lafferty. Silent Speech, one of the last ones home, along with Falcon of Arabia and Spirit of Leros. I think it's the way that you need to run him. He needs to be back in the field and he needs to be chasing all the way to the line. Don't give him a chance to think about it once he hits the front. War Song has been denied once again, but I think a very deserved winner. No Retreat picking up the final race. Pat Dobbs is able to pick up the final two races on the card in unfortunate circumstances, with Audrey de Vries surrendering the two rides after the little spill earlier on. But Pat Dobbs has ridden both horses to perfection, and No Retreat gets his day in the sun. 5, 10, 15 and 2 in the last.
Tonight, No Retreat, no surrender, no excuses for anything else. No Retreat had plenty of ground to make up here. He's got a good 4 lengths or so to make up on the leaders. War Song gets the break and gets the gap and starts to pick up, but No Retreat has got going. And quite simply, when, as Pat says, he's got a target, he's got horses in front of him, he does clearly pick up very well. And he's swept past Force and Valor. And on the far side, War Song just gobbled up in the late stages of the race. Audrey de Vries, poor Audrey de Vries, he's missed out on a couple of winners tonight since his fall. Pat Dobbs picking up both those wins. Fairness to Pat, he's produced another terrific ride here on No Retreat. Wasn't easy on a horse like this to sit as quietly as he did, but that's what he had to do. And in fairness, the horse has responded for him. No excuses, as we say, for really anything else in behind. I think the two best horses in the race have emerged, first and second. But No Retreat just has the advantage at this stage of his career, and he picked up very nicely to beat War Song, who's run with a great deal of credit back in second. Force and Valor third, Deep Hope fourth, and Olympic Candle, also from Sidemin Saror's stable, as was War Song, hasn't run too badly either in fifth. Al Arbed, I think, has also run with a bit of credit. He got a bit tired in the closing stages, but War Song got to the front, had his chance, and in the end has just got run down by a horse who's very progressive. It's clearly got plenty of talent and given a fine ride by the double winning rider, Pat Dobbs.
It's the first win of the season for Fauzi Nass. He's picked it up with a very brave No Retreat, who goes on to win well, and the numbers here in the final event, 5, 10, 15, 2 confirmed. 5, 10, 15, 2, winner's time 1:23.35, margins a half by 1 and a quarter. A late double for Pat Dobbs in the Lincoln Navigator race over the 1400 metres, race 8.
Time to welcome back the winner of our final race, the Lincoln Navigator race. 4-year-old bay colt by Siulia Isabel de Urbina, owned by Victorious, trained by Fauzi Nass, ridden by Pat Dobbs. It is No Retreat! Well, Pat Dobbs has picked up a couple of good spare rides tonight. Pat, talk me through this, because he's clearly got plenty of talent, and I presume you had to ride him the way you rode him tonight.
The plan was to be a bit more forward, but he didn't jump very well, so I had no choice. We went quick, but he showed a good turn of foot. Very good mover, very well balanced horse. He's just all quality once you sit on him. I'd like to see him over 6. Thank you. I wouldn't mind seeing him over 6, straight 6.
Yeah.
He's not short of speed.
Yeah, he travels really nice in his races. Obviously, last time out, he looked like he was going to win until he got run down. But once you get him into top gear and he levels out, in terms of his ability and the class that he's got, does he feel like he could be quite a above average horse?
Yeah, he's definitely more left in him. Obviously, very hard to back up within a week, so well done to Fauzi and his staff. But he's tough. He's got a good turn of foot, so he's probably well handicapped, I'd say.
Well done. Couple of good spares.
Thanks, Rich.
The feeling of love has pervaded the entire card here tonight at Meydan, and I'm still feeling the love for a couple of really smart performances tonight, and indeed for my man, Pat Comerford. He's had another brilliant night. Pat, the big race tonight, race 6, I got that terribly wrong. I thought Native Approach might beat Creative Story. But Creative Story is establishing himself as a really talented individual who might go on to much bigger and better things than Handicap Company.
Yeah, look, I think as we mentioned in the preview, I think he's got the luxury of having early in his career here, being only that one-time winner before tonight, a few rating points up his sleeve. I mean, off that performance, he's 110 rater through and through. He's a horse that's going to be, I think, getting some points after tonight's performance. He seemed to have quite a few in hand, and it was a good stepping stone for him. I think he's a horse that we're going to see doing plenty more. But like, so much to dissect out of that race. I mean, what a thrill for Masaber Al-Mahiri to see Al Naseeb take to the grass so well and savage the line with Creative Story. You saw that when Creative Story went past him, he went again. Yeah. Al Salt, great to see him come back to some of his old brilliance, and even Salim as well. I mean, there's that race on Super Saturday sets up for him perfectly, and I mean, I think Michael Costa's seen everything there probably tonight that he wants to see of a horse that they've slowly got back to his best, and he's had a very interrupted couple of years, and great to see him back as well.
Yeah, Michael Costa was smiling about having Salim back on track, and he'll be smiling even more after that comeback run tonight. The final race of the night, I think the other big horse that we'll be talking about for a bit is No Retreat. And it was interesting hearing what Pat Dobbs had to say. And by the way, Adrian de Vries was taken to hospital after his fall. We understand he suffered a cut on his head. We're hoping he's okay. He did get up after the fall, but that's the latest news that we have. Pat Dobbs picked up 2 very good spare rides on Mashcore, but No Retreat. How good a horse do you think he might be? Especially Pat mentioned going back in distance. He'd like to see him. Yeah, look, I mean, it's a learning experience for him as well. I mean, I think what we've seen tonight, again, we mentioned in the preview, it's probably one of those horses. He's probably one of those horses, if they do decide to turn a corner with him over these longer distances, they need to give him something to chase. And that's what he got here tonight with War Song, and even his ownership compatriot in Force and Valor, who ran a very nice race again under Callum Shepherd. I think he would have learned a lot more tonight. He's probably take a lot more as maturing as a horse from how he performed there in that victory. So I think we're going to see a much better horse, and I agree. I think over 6 it takes bad luck out of the equation in regards to allowing him to sort of get back, run on, let him run his own race. I mean, if they've got a nice versatile horse and he's fit, the sky's the limit with him, especially towards the back end of the season. There's some nice races for him. Doubles for Pat Dobbs, doubles for Ahmad Bin Amash, and for Connor Beasley, who continues to have a terrific season here. Next week, the quality goes up a notch again. The Balanchine, the UAE Oaks, the Nadal Sheba Trophy, some quality racing next week. Unfortunately, I won't be here. I'll be getting myself ready for Super Saturday. I cannot wait for that. You've talked about Salim running there. I mean, every time I think about what's coming up, the Super Saturday, it's hard to imagine the World Cup being in April, but we're getting ever closer to it. I think 4 more race nights before Dubai World Cup, is that right?
Yeah, it's around about that. So look, it's very exciting that we're going to have some of these great events coming up, and I mean, with Saudi on next week as well, the Saudi Cup meeting, we're going to see those form lines start to come to fruition as well, and it's just going to sort of start building up, the anticipation for some of these races as we try and figure out, for starters, who is officially coming, and for secondly, who's the horses to beat. So very exciting few weeks ahead, not only here but across the Middle East, and best of luck to Qatar as well tomorrow. Obviously, unfortunately today their meeting abandoned due to the state of the track, so we'll hear more about that, but big meeting there tomorrow, and hopefully all back on track tomorrow.
Yeah, 7 days to that very good meeting here at Meydan, and then of course 14 and 3/4 days to Emirates Super Saturday, where the quality is going to go up even further. So I cannot wait for that. That's when I'll be back here. But in the meantime, love is very much in the air. Pat and I are off to go and get a little something to eat, just the 2 of us, quietly here at Meydan. Happy Valentine's, everyone. Night, night.